Where in the world is Paul Wysopal? I don't know. Do you guys know? Please let me know. Please also turn your top chats to live chats. What up? Hey boys, I heard the girls are fighting. I just turned this on.
Purge is not.
I heard Candace is coming after Erica.
A synthetic drug. It is an herbal remedy that is safe yet powerful.
We're just catching a commercial.
And it can be taken daily
Classic.
to prevent future parasitic invasions. Right now, you can save 15% off.
Oh, Candace is on the parasite. She be boofing and goofing and truthin'.
Purge Store will
A
also
little
gift
bit.
you a free colon cleanse with a Purge subscription to help you dislodge
We
and
caught
flush
Candace at the right
everything out of
time.
your
This is
system.
very fitting.
That's promo code Candace at Purge.
Hold on, I forgot to eject my hard drives.
Turning Point Faith, man. I love that it is so faithful. And, you know, we're always talking about biblical characters, but nobody want to
What's our girl
Jesus.
talking about?
Remember, he was betrayed. The story might be relevant. We're going to be out here acting like it's a conspiracy. Yeah, it was a conspiracy when Judas betrayed him. And it was for money. Like, that might be a relevant narrative when you're out here, like, trying to make it.
Wait, is Erica Judas?
Of the world. It has happened. And, yeah, I don't know. He was denied. He was denied, just as he said. So I want to just be clear that it is, of course, plausible. It is very plausible. Is more than plausible that when a company grows that size, there are people that become motivated by things that are not just truth and justice and things that feel sparkly,
including his wife,
and sprinkly and like make you feel good on the inside. Okay, the reality is life is ugly. Okay, many people have to deal with deceit.
Who's
and
Nasara
dishonesty the bigger
Jasara?
they get, and we heard that from Charlie's own mouth what he was going through. Okay, I wouldn't have guessed his last words were effectively as if we're all getting the vibes here, like, you know, just like go be a Jew. But I don't know. I feel like he was under pressure actually from a lot of his Jewish quote unquote friends. And
wait, that whole stuff with Erica when she's like every Saturday he'd throw his phone in the drawer and go Shabbat Shalom. Is this for real? Are they really saying that Charlie was secretly Jewish? Is that what's going on? Is that what Candace is talking about?
there hasn't even been any honesty provided from Turning Point USA in that regard. It's like we're getting no honesty at all. And I'm wondering why, because this feels like a very poorly run PR show. Anyways, you guys, if you would like to support our independent work, you can head to CandaceOwens.com and buy some merch. I promise you we will get you Candace 19 merch because that's amazing, actually.
Dude, Candace be fucking, she be selling
okay, we're right back there.
constantly on this
And
shit. Candace add-ins. The Candace Owens ad show. My goodness.
We can always be trusted here.
Hate it or love it.
.com. You guys can also purchase my book, which we're going to get into a little bit more about tomorrow. The backstory of feminism is so much darker than most people understand. MakeHimASandwich.com. If you'd like to buy it from us directly, you can also head to Amazon now, throw it in your cart.
Her book's called Make Him a Sandwich. Oh, man, I love her.
Sandwich.com.
Candace is perfect. No, don't ever change.
Before the influencers come out and tell you it's evil after that Fox News hit for us to say, actually, I still have questions.
Sorry, it is kind of small, huh?
The top comment from yesterday is they want us to believe that Charlie's neck was made of steel and the Twin Towers were made of neck bones. Got it. Yeah, we're at that stage of a psychological operation. That's it. And none of it's making sense. That is so well put. It is upside down land. Laughing Cats Music World writes, and thank you, by the way, that's a massive donation. Vital to separate flaws from race. We can criticize corrupt Jews without blanket anti-Semitism. Critiquing George Floyd because he died of fentanyl in the hospital isn't hating black people. Stop equating criticism of Israel, Soros, etc., with Jew hating or self-hating if you're Jewish and critical of all governments, including Israel. Most people are not racist. And then this person is making the joke, maybe Blake Neff. I didn't look into the Blake Neff thing or why he left Fox News. because I'm just more interested in his military connections because that caught me by surprise. But you are absolutely on the money. Obviously, we can criticize people and this sort of cheap tactic of being like, oh, well, it's kind of the same thing we're talking about. It's emotional manipulation. It's like, whoa, what are you saying? And it's like, no, there is corruption everywhere. And you are not removed from corruption because of who you work for, what you look like, what sex you are.
I heard, where is it? One of the homies made a video and he talked about some documentary of some guy saying that Clandis is controlled opposition. Have you guys heard of this documentary? I want to see it. Where is it?
Was controlled opposition, it would make the perfect story plot for. If Candace Owens was controlled opposition, it would make the perfect story plot for like this whole entire thing. Millions of people were just following whatever she says and going down her investigation trail, not going on their own investigation trail, and quite literally cutting off millions of people.
This is how it works, guys. People don't understand that most people just kind of go with the flow. Like, most people aren't doing their own independent research into this shit. They just kind of go, oh, Candace is doing it, you know? So Candace and Tucker and Nick Fuentes, these are all the, like, wingnut conspiracy theorists that they allow to be voices, right? And then people like us and this guy who usually has pretty great takes, you know, no one sees, basically. They just steer. This is how they put the bumpers up for us. They turn it into bumper bowling.
From investigating the chair.
Bumper bowling of ideas.
Falling through the table. I mean, you guys see it. The guy is going, you know, his video is going a little viral about Candace Owens. He's talking about she's controlled opposition. I've been saying this from day one. Questioning it. People told me I was crazy. She's the only one doing the real investigative stuff. Yeah, if you look no further, like she said, if you ask no more questions, like she said. So if we all take that and apply it to her, if we ask no more questions, she's...
I don't think Squeaks knows what time it is. He's not saying shit.
It looks great. But if we push and ask a little bit of questions, why is she only talking about certain things and not other things?
Yeah.
It's almost like she's the one with poking the...
Same with Ian Carroll. He literally came out of nowhere, dude, and blew up. You can't blow up unless you're allowed to. One of my first videos got 1 million views, and then I never got a video to blow up that hard ever again. And I, lost like 12 accounts since then. Once they find you, they say, ooh, put that one on ice, dude. That bro sucks. It's going good, Vince. Hope you're doing good too. Dude, the Federal Reserve is bone dry for sure. Yeah, I have another TikTok that I wanted to watch because I agree, dude. I heard that they're just printing another $14 billion or some shit. Like, what? How is this all not just magic, fairy dust? I don't get it. They just get to do whatever. What's Chunks doing?
The bear, she got the stick. How do we know she didn't get $20 million sitting somewhere in assets or something? And they were like, look, just go along with this. We know you're doing a great job at exposing. They give her a little clap and applause, and they say, here's your storyline now. We really want to start people waking people up. We need to start sharing these videos. Like, let's not just stop at Candace Owens. Like intelligence is not thinking you know everything without questioning, but questioning everything you think we know. So if we think Candace Owens is on the right track and exposing things and having hardcore facts, we must press further. We must put pressure on her. The more we put pressure as a collective on her and she ignores certain things, there's our answers right there. Like, you guys got to be silly to think that there is not some publicized, controlled opposition swaying the media's eyes to go one way rather than another way. Even if 99% of it is true, they just want the 1% not getting out. So that 1% of lie mixed in with 99% truth is what's keeping everybody hooked on the line. So let's push Candace Owens further. Let's ask her these questions. And since she wants to have millions of views on YouTube and protect her friend and investigate for her friend and do it in front of the people with receipts and credibility, people, who else is it? It's just one person, her. So I have questions about that.
Juanita, to get live chats, see, wait, why can't I see it? See at the top of the chat where it says top chat for you? Just click live chat. Unless they started something where, this is so trippy. Unless they started something where you have to like sign in now to be on the chat. I don't know. What a mind trip, right guys? Woo. You got it? Nice.
Obviously, this other guy on TikTok doesn't, and obviously a lot of people do. So we control the narrative. We must pressure and put pressure. She can make one YouTube video answering our questions. Why is she not talking about the video that looks edited where the table falls through the chair? How come she talked about the video from behind Charlie Kirk and never went on about it again? She made one YouTube video, got a bunch of views about it, and never spoke more about it. Says she can't talk about it or show the video. Why are we not pushing to get some of these things shown to us? We're just going off of her stories. She shows us text messages with her and Charlie Kirk. I can literally put my mom's name as Charlie Kirk, text messages, change the date of my phone, and it looks like there's text messages from September of 3 years ago. She's bringing receipts that aren't all the way like full receipts. They're just enough to keep us gripped on and keep going. So this is all in line with TikTok's terms and conditions. This is me questioning bigger questions, and why Candace Owens is asking big questions. There's a lot of questions she's not asking that us, the public, want her to at least acknowledge or speak on, so that we know she is on our side and not on our side. And as long as a message like this, a video, gets pushed around, she is obligated, unless this is all for YouTube and she's just using it for views, she has this obligation now, since she's bringing this energy to the table, to stand up and explain to the millions of people that are following her why she is not a controlled opposition playing 99% truth, 1% false. Like, where do we see that and how do we know that? Because the 1% keeps cracking through of like, why are we not talking about this?
And you know what the 1% is that they're all hiding? That they're all fucking Nazis. It's what we've been saying, bitch. That's what Ian Carroll's hiding. That's what all these fucks are hiding. They're all Operation Paperclip motherfuckers. Goofy asses.
And this. You can't get in trouble for talking about it. We could just at least speculate and ask questions, right?
Yeah, what the fuck? Why does chat look like it's in a lower resolution? What is going on? Hold on. I'll let this keep playing.
If you want my real opinion, I think she had a lot of influence over his life, because when she was the reason why he married Erica Kirk, because Candace was like, yeah, you should go for it, that girl, this, that, and third. And when and a lot of decisions he had over his life with his company, where he toured at, not where he toured at, but a lot of the things. And if you go in her first couple of videos after that, she says a lot of these things, and it's kind of exposing her, because it exposes how much influence she had over this man's life. And it's almost, as soon as I heard the story about her meeting Erica and Charlie being, flirting with her or whatever it was, and then Candace in the background kind of like promoting that, and like, yeah, like she seems like the one. Like, I want to know what Candace saw in Erica in the beginning, or saw in Charlie that made her push that, because she's all about vibes and her gut and getting intuition. So where was her gut, vibe, and intuition when she was pushing Charlie Kirk into these big things that influenced him to do this? Because he would ask and lean and depend on her as a best friend. And when she exposed handlers, she could very well be somewhat of a micro handler. And this is like a what if or could be thing. This isn't, I'm not telling the masses that this is it. This isn't fear mongering. This is like literally just ideas, thoughts, speculation, and questions, just like Candace Owens is doing. So they could probably, you know, suppress this a little bit. But the point is, if you pay attention, she had so much influence over this man's life and like the things that he did, even his relationship. She talks about it. Go back and listen to it. And even like, look, we all got vibes. We can all pick up on something. So when you look at the text messages that she shows on camera in her podcasts, you can see that like he'll be super in depth with what he's saying, and she'll give like a 2-3 word response every single time. She's never in depth talking to this man. She's always just going along with the flow, being there for him, supporting him. And like the one time she even said like he's being talking about some real spiritual stuff, and like he doesn't feel like he fits in, or he feels like he's not going to make it, or this. Her response was like, yeah, I feel like an alien, like I'm not supposed to be here. And every time it's just him writing tons, and that could be their relationship. Listen, I'm not taking away from that. I know lots of people that write a lot and their friend just acknowledges it there. But it's with lots of big things that he talks about in their relationship that she's brought up as receipts that made me question her responses also. And it's not that her response was necessarily wrong or it said anything. It was like the lack of her response and the way it was just moving it along. That's
the best I can do right now. I don't know why my monitor looks. Oh, you know why? Fuck. Oh, never mind. Hold on, I'm going to fix it back to the other way.
It almost felt like a fakeish friend, or like she says, like little brother, like he's a little brother. And I got that vibe, but I got little brother vibe with a little bit of handler rights on it. Type, you can influence this person, da-da-da-da-da, or, you know, so I don't know if anyone feels that way. I could just be going, you know, through it. Go ahead, you can tell me I'm in a psychosis over here, but whatever. I just feel like this is kind of we should all be on that type of time and questioning her. If Candace Owens was controlled opposition, it would make the perfect story plot for like this whole entire thing. Millions of people were just following whatever she says and going down her investigation trail, not going on their own investigation trail, and quite literally cutting off millions of people from investigating, the chair falling through the table. I mean, you guys see it. The guy is going, you know, his video is going a little viral about Candace Owens. He's talking about she's controlled opposition. I've been saying this from day one, questioning people.
Okay, what are we doing, guys? I gotta go feed Squeaks. What the fuck?
Evidence, Elliot, of people being taken out of the building. You say that emergency vehicles are there, understandably so, but of course the major concern is human loss. I mean, do you know if there were many people in the building?
Oh, another one just hit. Something else just hit.
I could fly away like right away. Lose my mind inside what I'm trying to say. You respect the kind of change just night and day.
All right, BRB.
Feels like I'm the
33 Freemasons in the chat, boys. There better be 33 likes right now.
I'm in a place where I'm in the way. They all say,
come on,
okay?
put your 33s up.
Hoping this green laser pointer helps guide your private jet. It's time to deflect. Why lie detect? Blaming the dividing method. If you think I'm invested, I'm probably just living inside of your head. They want fame
Freemasons, gang.
Blame until they Hussein. Watch a regular Tuesday quickly change into
Knight Templar forever.
They you for space. Make way for the space suit. They'll break for their pay dues.
This thing kind of makes that Saturn like Star of David shit.
Still half wrong.
Is that what the Freemason thing is?
One day we looked into the mirror and we saw nothing left. I could fly away like right away. Lose my mind inside what I'm trying to say. And you respect the kind of change that's night and day. Human race feels like I'm the finish line. Take everybody stand back and give this guy space. There's always a time and a place where I'm in the way. They're afraid to say anything to my face. It's been silence when you speak your mind around the spineless. It gets quiet. Here, bitch, how about a fist diet? Let's just say, when I touch your forehead, you won't get blessed by it. Live and let die quick. Swear we're gonna have the best time. Get hit with a little head time kick. Face red like a headline. You're late for your race car bed type of bedtime. Stop telling someone dead inside to just get in line. Did you meet my ex-girlfriend Jenna? Good, you don't wanna be on genocide. I only survive because I'm a menace. I bet many men have died defending lies. I won't just let them die, even if they're dead inside. Everything and everybody already sold out. It's time to tell them why. I could fly away like right away. Lose my mind inside what I'm trying to say. Perspective kinda changes night and day. Human race feels like I'm the finish line. Take everybody stand back and give this guy space. There's always a time and a place where I'm in the way. They all hate, but in a silent way.
Very large plane just flew directly over my building, and there's been another collision. Can you see it? I can see it on the shot.
Oh my.
Something else has
You know what? We just saw a plane circling the building.
It is in the other building.
We just saw a plane circling the building.
When a leaf falls off of a tree, the leaf never goes back to the tree. When the butterfly comes out of the cocoon, it never goes back. It doesn't have to work out all the crap it did when it was a caterpillar.
Gun to your face, give me the cash. I'm killing competitors. What was your name? I already forget. I'm guessing that it still didn't register. Everything moving too fast like last year. It's sad here. Glass tears shed after the cheers. I can't even laugh. The mask fear. In a world we're getting cash felt more like a pap smear. We wear a mask and ass clear while demanding the cash. They make everything nowadays so flammable. Turn this whole planet to ash. Gun on my back, acting weird, holding an empty can of gas. What happened here? Came to show you all the way and say it's all okay. Won't throw you away like wrapping paper on holidays. The honorees won't see the rights that your honor raised. You can trust me, just look deep in my hollow face. We came to show you all the way and say it's all okay. Won't throw you away like wrapping paper on the holiday. The honorees won't see the rights that your honor raised. You can trust me. Look deep in my hollow face. What's life? Who's really even learning the answer every day? Someone else gets diagnosed with terminal cancer. I'm barely alive. Fell in love with death's face when I stare in her eyes. Chest feels like a cemetery trying to carry what's buried inside. I'm not scared to die. I am dead. Spare me in mine. I'm scared to live, scared to fail, and I am scared to try. Hey, I'm looking for directions. I heard the bottomless pit is around here. Hit rock bottom and started to dig to bury the bodies I found there. Came to show you all the way and say it's all okay. Won't throw you away like wrapping paper on holidays. The honorees won't see the rights that your honor raised. You can trust me, just look deep in my hollow face. Came to show you all the way and say it's all okay. Won't throw you away like wrapping paper on holidays. The honorees won't see the right that your honor raised. You can trust me, just look deep in my hollow face.
Your job inside of this body is to break down all of those things that have been infecting the minds of human beings forever, that were placed there by generations that went before us. That's the negative karma that God wants broken. And once that negative karma is broken, you'll be free to enjoy all of this with the rest of us.
You're watching the news, you're being pumped full of fear. There's floods, there's AIDS, there's murder. Cut to commercial. Buy the Acura, buy the Colgate. If you have bad breath, they're not going to talk to you. If you got pimples, the girl's not going to fuck you. And it's just this, it's a campaign of fear and consumption. And that's what I think that it's all based on, is the whole idea that keep everyone afraid and they'll consume. And that's really as simple as it can be boiled down.
Gotta admit, in a world so dark, it's hard sharing hope, work to death. I will always miss my parents both. Despair has a way of trying to tear out throats, eyes, windows to the soul. I'm trying to air out ghosts. The devil always targets who you care about most. Drug-like bodies, that's wearing down rope. Scream as you disappear into the white smoke. Looking through the rifle scope, I really got both eyes closed. Only a few miles from home, left my parents a nice note. Stressed, making sure I manifesto the right quotes, carved words in the bullets. Never knew I could write jokes. All it takes is a rifle to stifle the life with high hopes. There's no coming back from hell once you get sent there. For you, it's the end of the world. For me, I have to pretend that I care. Looking in the crowd like I swear I haven't blessed them in years. I left the world, but the people, I left them in tears. This actual tumor has cancer. cancer. I'm passing boomers in traffic. They want rumors, not answers. I'd rather them assume I'm bad shit. Half the time I am still over here trying to mastermind a plan. Won't live to see kids that have kids. The math is simple. Some of us don't get the diagram. At no point in my life did I actually live, but I did fail. Now I was too afraid to try again. Hurt people, and do anything to make it hurt longer. The first active shooter that came back to murder the first responders. So die trying to 9/11 your head and kill every politician who tried to climb in bed with your kids. Only memorials should be reminding everyone what you did. This ain't killing for sport, this is hunting to live. I'm starving, homeless under a bridge. They thought I had nothing to give. You know what I mean? I want them to know what you did. George Bush can suck my dick. Fuck Governor Ridge and every one of their kids. Look at this gun like Jenna Bush is a stuck-up bitch. It's all control, opposition, bought and sold politician. Every president's a Freemason villain, and the reason for
hello,
boys.
Towards
Indians lived in tents, founded the boating stall. Our modern houses are basically tents. Be careful what story your children told. It gets way worse, trust me. Clone devils hate hope. It's sick to think Epstein was a low-level scapegoat. This actual tumor has cancer. I'm passing boomers in traffic. They want rumors, not answers. I'd rather them assume that I'm bad shit. Half the time I am still over here trying to mastermind a plan. Won't live to see kids that have kids. The math is simple. Some of us don't get the diagram. At no point in my life did I actually live, but I did fail. Was actually too afraid to try again. No time to whine. I find dying with a Molotov. Sign of the times. I've had my eye on my sawed off. It's like watch rot, especially when I die nonstop. Wide-eyed, reading the diatribe of onslaught. Choose your place. I use a clone for the cold weather. Lose your face. Thinking the plastic surgeon knows better. The world's fake. One day there's no fate. Earth forever at the pearly gates. They'll prove you're fake with no effort. Too broke for date night. Trying to live through the hunger. Pick your favorite restaurant. We'll go dig through the dumpster. I'm a sad sack of skin, barely able to carry bones, no bias. Sometimes life's not pheromones. I'm a good friend, but I'm a terrible enemy. Convert your girl's pussy into shareable energy. Take me the bits inside my carry-on. It's like I created a bottomless pit with a cherry bomb. This actual tumor has cancer. I'm passing boomers in traffic. They want rumors, not answers. I'd rather them assume that I'm bad shit. Half the time I am still over here trying to mastermind a plan. Won't live to see kids that have kids. The math is simple. Some of us don't get the diagram. At no point in my life did I actually live, but I did fail. I was too afraid to try again.
What up, swag soldiers? Hey, boys. How you doing? I started putting Sopranos on during the day to keep me a little company.
If you were to talk directly to the kids at Columbine or the people in that community, what would you say to them if they were here right now?
I wouldn't say a single word to them. I would listen.
Wait, why are we gonna merge with the dark side? What did we do? Soon, though. We're gonna figure out why it's so good to have the dark side occult power, the Sith energy. And we're going to use it to defeat Paul. And we're going to be like, oh, this is how they become evil. What's up, boys? How's everybody doing? What's going on? Ryan, did you watch my cut down of... Dude, there's still 33 Masons up in the chat. Let's go. There better be 33 likes. I can't see how many likes. Y'all got to report back. Did you see my cut down of that that interview with Eric Hunley, Ryan? Thank you for bringing that up. It inspired me to spin out a piece, a little bit about it, and honestly, I want to do another one. Here, actually, let's just watch, because I added. It's not just a cut down of the shows. It's I added a bunch too, to like supplement it. So I think Sherlock, are you in here? I think on our destiny, on the road to doing the epic giant Paul Wysopal documentary, I think I need to keep doing little pieces like this. The next thing I want to do, I'm going to show you a piece. It's just like a segment of the whole video that is about the Paul Wysopal timeline, because what's-her-face, Margaret, is like, oh, he'd have to be in two places at once, like talking out of her ass when really their timelines don't line up. But even here, I have to go through it super fast, so I'm thinking about doing like a 50-minute just the Paul Wysopal, Timothy McVeigh timeline and start laying them on each other. What up, Trip? Yeah, you saw it, Ryan. You liked it. But yeah, thanks for bringing that up. And thanks for fucking holding their feet to the fire, too. We need people talking about this shit. Now, Kathy and Margaret, they all can definitely not say that they don't know who Paul Wysopal is in their future interviews. But here, okay, let's just watch. I tried to sum up the timelines here. Oh, all right. Get Paul's email. He be tweeting and twitting, right?
Tweeting and twitting. Banging away on their Xbox 360.
But yeah, anyway. This is funny.
Rundown about him now that I realize who we're talking about. And I think it's been established that this Paul Wysopal actually is or was an FBI agent. And
yes, he's a Tampa field.
And he covered up the Orlando nightclub shooting. So no one looked into it. Come on, guys.
More cosmopolitans. More Puccinis.
Come on, guys. Put it together. That was a deep VPR
Special
for you guys.
in charge.
And his whereabouts have been confirmed at a time when Timothy McVeigh was in prison. So
what are you talking about? Honestly, their timelines very much do not overlap. It's kind of odd. It's very weird. It's super weird, dude. No. I mean, being a cuck to them. Like, you're not a cuck. I'm saying, yeah, keep being a cuck to them. That's what I meant anyway. What did I just say? You're being a cuck? That's what I was thinking. I was saying being a cuck to, like, them. With how forward you were with it. It was awesome. We be throwing cucks around willy-nilly. I'm a cuck too, don't worry. They're like, Timothy McVeigh and Paul Wysopal literally have crossover in their lives. They would have to be in two places at once. That's literally not true, dude. Look, Timothy like appears here where Paul isn't. The last thing I can find about Paul is like 98. Yeah, the last thing that I see of Paul Wysopal that I can find is 98, and it's just like a judge, lawyer announcement or something, which can be faked and which is like, doesn't have a picture. Before that, all I see is he was a groomsman in 88. He got the state bar in 89. And then everything before that is just him in like college and high school and shit. College board, pre-law, 1980. It took him 10 years to get his freaking bar, and then when he was a kid, passed the bar. There is a giant gap from essentially 1989, because I'm not counting this 1998 bullshit. Look, it's all it is this Paul Wysopal, Birch Court, whatever, dude. The CIA runs all newspapers, and then boom, it jumps forever 98 to 2000. Well, 2000 is when he wrote this dumbass like football thing, and then after that it's 2007. Like, none of this makes sense, dude. Where is he in between? He's a lawyer, right? He was a lawyer for like 20 years at this point. Whatever, dude. Timothy's here in fucking 95 doing crazy shit, doing the bombing in 95, getting executed in 2001, and boom, here we go. All of a sudden, Paul Wysopal's writing fucking weird articles about stadiums in Minnesota. Why? I don't know. He's talking about fucking football, and then he's fucking an attorney in Wisconsin in 2006. Again, an attorney, Paul Wysopal. That's supposedly what he is, right? He's supposed to be working with the CIA and shit at this time, 2006, and they've got like articles saying that he's an attorney in Wisconsin. What is going on, bro? Hey, Paul, that's Paul's whole story. Oh, I'm an attorney. And then when's this? 2007, all of a sudden, Paul's a fucking police officer. FBI Wow, agent. Corey's really serious about this. About Paul? Wait, what? About what? about Kathy Sanders being a cuck? She is, dude. I think she is. I tweeted at her. I told her about this shit. Her grandchildren were killed by this man. Dude, even the old Paul pictures, you're telling me that's not Timothy McVeigh? Shut your fucking mouth. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. And bro, don't even get me started on the freaking announcement from the FBI. I mean, this thing, it feels like they're trying to fill in gaps, and they got it all mixed up and stuff. Look, Robert Mueller III, he's the one who named Paul the Tampa Bay special agent in charge. Mr. Paul Wysopal began his career as a special agent with the FBI in February of 1997. Okay, how come I can't find anything about that? Where? 97, okay? That should be around here. I don't see shit. I do not see anything. No news, nothing. Can't find a freaking picture. He first reported to the Minneapolis division. Okay, so we're in the same area, right? Minnesota, Wisconsin, whatever, where he investigated financial institution securities fraud because he's an attorney. He also assisted the Bemidji Resident Agency. He was transferring there to work violent crimes committed on the Red Lake Indian Reservation. They literally they Fargoed him. They put him in Fargo. They said, don't worry, he was on an Indian reservation. Okay, and then what? 5 years later, in 2002, he's promoted to supervisory special agent in the Office of Congressional Affairs at FBI headquarters at Washington, D.C. He literally went from Fargo to D.C. and was a liaison with members of Congress, their staff, and oversight committees. The next year, he was assigned to the Counterterrorism Division, detailed to a CIA-led working group. He was then promoted to the Los Angeles Division to supervise the Al-Qaeda squad in 2004. 2007, Paul was promoted to assistant special agent in charge of the National Security Branch at El Paso. That's where we finally find some news articles, right? 2 years later, he's promoted to inspector in charge at the Criminal Investigation Division, assigned to El Paso Intelligence Center. Bro, you're talking to the #1 Gaia warrior. I don't even want to hear it, the first, the last. What are you talking about? We can have other interests too. It's okay. He served. This all pertains. Stopping the Nazis is a big part of helping the planet. As the ranking FBI employee and perform blah blah blah, dude. This is crazy. Prior to his appointment with FBI, Mr. Wysopal was a military lawyer in the U.S. Army Judge Advocate General's Corps for 3 years and a civilian attorney for 3 years. What do you mean? Before the FBI? So from 1994, like he did 3 years in Army, being an Army attorney, and then he did 3 years as a civilian attorney. Okay, then why was he also still a civilian attorney in 2006 and 2005? Where's that part of his resume? I thought he was in fucking the Counterterrorism Division, detailed to a CIA-led working group in Los Angeles. Huh? To 1997, he was a military officer, a military lawyer, and before that he was a lawyer for 3 years? What the hell are you talking about? What are you talking about, dude? He was an attorney in 1998. Does that even make sense? Wait, he was an attorney for military lawyer. Okay, so the 3 years before, whatever, dude, whatever. This is what we call a cover story. You know what I mean? Like, dude, who is this successful besides Paul? Besides someone who's meant to be successful because they're a little rodent. Anyway, do you see why I get so mad about all this? It's fishy, dude. It's all fishy. It's so weird. Anyway, it's just the FBI. There's always some fucked shit. It's always fucked up. Always. And CIA involvement, you're going to tell me CIA involvement and this dude isn't a domestic terrorist who then got placed in the FBI as a big goof on us? Come on. What do you think the CIA's doing all day? They're just goofing us. Anyway, back to the thing. Wait. I'm still not done because I just got to send this home, right? The formative years of Timothy McVeigh's life while he's in prison, basically the exact same time Paul Wysopal is in Fargo, Bemidji, Red Lake Indian Reservation. Let that sink in. Those 5 years where Timothy McVeigh is supposedly in prison, this guy is in a different prison of his own. Paul Wysopal is in a prison of the North. What better place to put him so no one can see him and no one can find any information about him than a fucking Indian reservation in Minnesota, right? Come on. Okay, I'm done. And then, listen to this. Paul writes an article in 2000. I know, dude. We gotta watch our own shit. No one else is. 14 for the, and that's the link if you guys do want to watch the full thing later. We're just gonna watch a little bit of it. Tampa, Florida newspaper, where he says, "Hey, you can't point laser pointers at planes." Oh, Lori, you're gonna have back surgery. We wish you the best, dude. Dang. Which is like our #1 thing we want to do. I mean, Paul's like talking to us from the past. He says most of the laser pointers used can be purchased at electronics stores, said Paul Wysopal, special agent in charge of the FBI. People sometimes tamper with them so beams can reach up to a mile away. The light starts as a small red dot on the ground, but by the time it reaches an aircraft in the sky, the beam is 3 or 4 feet wide. Wysopal's like, Paul, we would have so much fun. You know, we would have a blast on the show. It would be like when Taylor Swift gets to go on Jimmy Fallon every time. They have a blast together. That's me and you, buddy. Dude, we'd have so much fun. We won't even talk about the FBI shit. Honestly, wouldn't that be hilarious? We have Paul on. We don't even ask him if he's Timothy McVeigh because we don't care. We know it's true already. We just goof with him. Said the lights hit all the reflective surfaces on the cockpit of the plane or helicopter, blinding the pilots who are particularly sensitive to the light when they are flying in the dark with night vision equipment. When the pilots are blinded or distracted, they could lose control of the aircraft, Wysopal said. No crashes have been reported because of laser strikes, but pilots have reported eye injuries and headaches. Okay, so that's in fucking 2014. Paul's doing that shit. Then here we go. Paul uncovers a sex trafficking ring, I'm sure, because he was fucking protecting it, I bet. 168 kids. That's how many people Paul didn't traffic to the lizards, but the thousands of that he did beforehand. What else? Paul was at a luncheon meeting in 2017. Ryan, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have called you a cuck. It just slipped out, I think. Here's one of my favorites. Paul literally wrote an article for the Tampa Bay Times in 2015 where regarding the 9/11 claim is unfounded, and FBI special agent in charge is denying that someone wanted to look into some people, and he goes, "No, there's nothing to see here," just like what he's about to do with the Orlando nightclub shooting. During the course of the 9/11 investigation, the FBI followed up on more than 500,000 leads and tips to determine who committed those heinous acts on September 11, 2001. Most of the tips and leads, including this one about suspicions surrounding a Sarasota home and family, were fully investigated and determined not to be connected to the 9/11 plot, nor related to any other threat. In regards to the Sarasota information, the FBI followed up on all leads. Interviews were conducted of numerous individuals with knowledge or who claim to have knowledge. No, Bunny, go ahead. Of the facts surrounding the Sarasota home and family, to include members of the family themselves. The original suspicions reported to the FBI were found to be unsubstantiated and no other derogatory information was found. FBI has consistently stated no link was found between the Sarasota family and the 9/11 hijackers. Just... Then you just put him on a timeout. Put him on a day timeout. First, last, come tomorrow and try again. Or plot. It's just him covering up for this bullshit. Covering up for 9/11. Bro, you know where I think they got all the blasting caps? Hey, Kathy Sanders, do you remember when Terry Nichols was like, I stole a ton of blasting caps that Timothy McVeigh made me steal, and I stole them from this guy right here, Roger Moore. I stole all these blasting caps from Roger Moore, and then I don't know where they all went. But you know what we needed a lot of blasting caps for? That Timothy McVeigh was conveniently available for since he was killed in the execution chair? 9/11. He was killed in June of 2001, and then 9/11 happened in September. I think they needed Paul for a special little project. But yeah, anyway, this guy Roger Moore was like a gun runner, and Terry Nichols stole blasting caps that were supposedly used in the Oklahoma City bombing. But, you know, nothing. Terry Nichols didn't do shit. He's just a little goof. Yeah, dude, you know what I need to do for real? I need to find this Fed from Appleton, Wisconsin, from 1988. Oh, this is like a couple days after I was born. Paul was so close to me, dude. He was in Neenah. Neenah's not that far from Kenosha. But Paul was the best man, or a groomsman of this guy at this wedding. We got to find these people, right? We got to find Sanderfoot Gritton, Thomas Gritton, and be like, hey, Paul Wysopal, did he look anything like Timothy McVeigh? Gotta let us know. Well, guess what? I freaking messaged him on Facebook. We'll see if we hear back from him. That would be freaking awesome, right? doubt anything will come of it, but we'll freaking see. Here, take a look. Hey, Thomas, did you by chance get married in October 1988 and have a groomsman named Paul Wysopal? Is he the FBI agent that worked in Tampa? I'd love to talk to you if so. Thanks. Oh, man. Oh, and also, I just want to say that guy... Dude, I hope Corey is Luke and Paul is Darth Vader. And, bro, I'm telling you, at the end of this, I learned that Paul is actually my father. No! That guy Roger Moore that was gun running, and Terry Nichols stole blasting caps for 9/11. I've been saying for over a year that at the end of this, we all find out that he is actually related to me somehow, and I still burn his ass. I gladly will. Paul's been a terrible uncle. I've never gotten a Christmas present from him. So if I am related, I will burn him so fast. Unless he actually sends me that cover letter, that could make up for all these Christmas presents that he hasn't given me. To Billy, that's my final offer. Actually, no, it needs to be more than Jared Kushner got to hide Jamal Khashoggi's beheading. It needs to be at least like $2 billion and $1,000, like, you know, just so it's more than Jared Kushner. And for the Oklahoma City bombing, look, he's friends with George H.W. Bush, because everyone thinks this is Roger Moore and this is George H.W. Bush. So we're saying FBI involvement, CIA involvement, and H.W. Bush involvement. Oh my God. At this point, I'm right. I'm so right. Sorry. This shit all doesn't happen for nothing. There are no coincidences. The FBI is diabolical. The Federal Bureau of Instigation. They want to instigate all of us into being crazy and thinking that there's a race war or whatever the fuck going on. They want that because they're the CIA and the FBI. That's how they control us, with fear. You know? Fuck you, George Bush. Kathy Sanders, you piss me off with this shit. But yeah, dude, that groom does look like John Walsh. Their timelines very much don't overlap. Like, you really don't see much of Timothy McVeigh before he just pops on the scene as the new Lee Harvey Oswald handing out fucking Fair Play for Cuba pamphlets, you know? And then Timothy McVeigh disappears, and then all of a sudden we've got, oh, here's pictures finally of Paul. Now all of a sudden he just works in El Paso as an FBI agent who looks exactly like Timothy McVeigh. Just a little skinnier. Maybe got his cheeks shaved a bit. I don't know. Same fucking ears. Don't give me that. Oh yeah, she was like, oh, Kathy's like, I'm a portrait artist, and those are totally different ears. No, the fuck they're not, dude. They're exactly the same ears. And they're exactly the same ears as Reinhard Heydrich. Here, Kathy, you want to see how their ears are the same? Tell me they're not the same. Come on. Try! I've never seen a bigger set of ears on people before. How dare you, Kathy? Them are big ol' frickin' ears. As a portrait artist, you should see exactly how this is the same person.
And his whereabouts have been confirmed at a time when Timothy McVeigh was in prison. So, if you went back to
this lady's just talking out of her ass now. 2 seconds ago, she didn't know who Paul Wysopal was. Now she's an expert. Again, confirmed by this cute little press release. That's it. This is the confirmation. He was in Bemidji, Red Lake Indian Reservation from 1997 until 2002. Conveniently after 9/11. Get out of here. I don't even know that lady's name. I'm never going to learn it. Don't trust anyone who writes a book.
His bio, I think you'd find that he would have.
All right, that's probably good enough. But yeah, guys, if you want to check it out, I added the link. I think it was pretty fun. I got this long-ass Bill Cooper interview if we want to watch it later. Oh, dude. Skitter sent this earlier. Lance from upstate. Okay, you guys know Indios 369? He's one of the Tartaria truthers. Well, I think I've been pretty vocal here about it. Definitely with Skitter. But I really have not liked that guy because I've been like, he seems like a Freemason fucking shill plant. Because he's always talking about how the Knights Templar built all this shit. Dude, I heard him say some like weirdo racist shit in a live once. He was like arguing with a black guy and he said something like, "Oh, you think your people built this stuff?" or something like that. And this is alleged. I can't remember exactly what he said, but that was the vibe. And I was like, what the fuck? And then I paid attention more to him and everything that he was saying. And I'm not talking about Lance. I'm talking about, although Lance himself used to be a cop. But Indios is always like saying how all the shit was made by Freemasons. And where we stand, where we think the Freemasons co-opted everything. They just stole it. Founders! But anyway, I think that Lance from upstate kind of woke up to it a little bit. So, myth confirmed. Our Fed sniffer, bro, is so good.
Of awareness, where it's both a blessing and a curse. It's hard to assimilate back in society when everything you know has been built on a throne of lies, including some of these content.
Lance from upstate do be giving me the crazy eyes sometimes, and I get worried.
Creators, some that were very,
but I love him. He seems like a really good, he seems like he means well. He seems like he actually cares about the truth.
Close to me. One that I filmed with particularly and on my lives, and y'all know exactly who I'm talking about.
Indios.
What I can tell y'all is that I promise I will never, ever, ever purposefully deceive any of you. I will never purposefully lead you astray. I will never purposefully manipulate.
Oh, brother, are you curious who I am and with the consequences are for? Oh, no. I don't need any more consequences in my life. Thank you, Firestar Lord.
Lie to anybody. I stand on truth and...
Are these contacts? If these are contacts, that would make a lot more sense. If not, they are kind of White Walker eyes, but they're also dope.
Only the truth, and the truth deserves to be questioned. Every aspect of it. If you're a content creator and you're out there blocking people with differing opinions so they can't post on your page, you're part of the problem and you're controlled opposition. It's pretty easy to see. Those who completely shut out other opinions and don't want to listen to anything else, you can see who is paid opposition, or who is opposition, or who is a Mason, or who is working for one of these families. I love y'all so very much. I have some huge updates to give y'all soon. Huge changes to my life. Things have changed exponentially, and things are about to get wild. Those of you deceiving, you will be revealed.
Paul.
Because all truths will be revealed, and the truth always...
Lizards are going to get the light shone on them. Oh yeah, brother.
Stands, and the creator, source, is always watching.
Oh my God, Firestar Lord. What is everyone's problem tonight? Why can't we vibe, dog? Yeah, are you gonna punish me? What, Jesus is gonna punish me? Jesus fucks with us harder than you, bro. Just saying. Jesus was a punk. Are you just first the last? Are you just mad that you got banned for a day? No, I'm not going to punish you. I was here to help you explain yourself while the 2 million punishers are observing how you deal with me. I love you, buddy. I don't know why you got to punish me. Or wait, you're not punishing me? You're distracting us.
Oh, it's about to get wild.
Don't block him, buddy. It's
y'all.
okay.
Stay wild.
Hold
There comes a level of awareness.
Dude, this was so funny. JD Vance at Charlie Kirk's funeral after paying to slime him out just so he could crack Erica. Yeah, where's Fardo? Dude, literally, P. Diddy goes, "It's kinda hard with you not around." That was his best friend, bro. It's kinda hard with you not around. What the fuck? Your brother's a pussy? I was the one he was warning you about if you fucked with him. Wait, who did I call pussy? Paul? You're Paul's brother? No, we are not JD Vance. We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. Fire Star-Lord, are these threats? What's going on? Don't be threatening me. If so, I will find your mother and I will tell her what you're up to. We've got crack hackers on the frickin' case over here, okay? Don't mess with us. We will frickin' figure it. We will find your mom and her Facebook and we will show the screenshots. We will embarrass you, okay? Do you want your mom to know what the kind of BS you're putting on the internet? Your vibes should be immaculate on the internet. The internet is forever. Well, not really. If Google and Palantir want something to disappear, it goes away fast. Yeah, Diddy always called that male escort on the day that Biggie died. Yeah, dude. Yeah, this is what happens when we don't have Deb over on the YouTube side of chat. Just letting anyone talk their shit over there. Before you decide someone is not important, I would ask you how much do you know about someone before you decide. Oh my god. This is just the way that frickin' the first the last was talking, right? Dude, you could be Jesus, but Jesus wouldn't come in here going, "My brother's a pussy." I was the one he was warning you about. And if you fucking with him, then you didn't finish what? What's going to happen if I'm fucking with your pussy brother? He said Jesus did way worse to you. You said Jesus is a pussy? That's not nice. But I can say that about my brother. Dude, this is like the worst riddle ever if it is. I wouldn't say that about Jesus if I were you. He will smoke you. I said Jesus is a punk earlier. But you could call Jesus a pussy. He'd probably be like, yeah. Jesus was chill. Y'all need to be a lot more chill. Source, way chill. Jesus, chill. It's y'all who are not chill. Go smoke some bud, dude. Calm. Calmate. Namaste. Yeah, are you interested in selling some Melaleuca? Is your name Tyler Hansen by chance? All right. Hold on, we got to watch this cat video.
At the edge of a raging volcano and you accidentally jorking your paninis at the edge of a raging volcano and you accidentally slip on a banana peel and fall in, and your dinky and balls and legs burst into flames? You won't get rescued and get cool Darth Vader, super strength cyborg legs and a techno peener and robo nut sack to replace your deep fried double crispy dingus and ball sack and burned chicken tendy legs. In reality, your entire body will evaporate immediately upon contact with the lava, and that peener jork will have been your final jorkulation. You only weigh 1/6 of your Earth weight on the moon, since the lower mass of the moon compared to Earth leads to a weaker gravitational pull. This means that your walrus of a mother only weighs 500 pounds on the moon. My Uncle Tim, who is banned for life from Burger King for dropping a pumpkin-sized poo log in the bathroom sink because the stall was out of order, designed a super cool ejector seat for his car using parts from a pogo stick and some compressed air. But it malfunctioned when he tested, and it became an industrial-grade hydraulic ass pounder and fully pulled out his anus hole. And now it looks like he has a big pink gummy worm tail, and he can't sit down without his special pillow. Jorking your paninis at the edge of a raging volcano, and you accidentally...
Fire Star-Lord, what do you think Jesus would think about this video? I think he'd think this shit's funny as fuck. Oh god, Mrs. Fire Star-Lord is here now. I told you to stay in your room and off the internet. You are grounded. You're freaking toast, dude. How did you get your phone back? Jorking your paniner. Oh, shit. Okay, you guys know how Taylor Swift is a fucking Nazi and also MAGA? And she's letting the White House use her music and shit without saying anything about it because she's a Nazi. And then she also had all those Nazi dog whistles. Well, guess what? The Rolling Stone released an article today with this headline: Taylor Swift's last album sparked bizarre accusations of Nazism. It was a coordinated attack. And they fucking literally, Taylor Swift's PR team bought this article here. Instead of her just coming out and being like, I'm not a Nazi, guys. I'm not a Nazi. I'm not MAGA. Instead, she does this. She said everyone who was talking about her being a Nazi is a bot. Isn't that funny?
Oh, look at this fucking guy. What a fucking peach.
Here's why I think this article is annoying. I don't care about what bots are saying. Like,
oh, look at this.
The payroll that the Swift camp has a Rolling Stone must be so long, because to say that she is a victim of right-wing propaganda is insane work. And I'm about to go into Pilates, so we have to talk about this, because the amount of people that are actually falling for this is insane. During the whole album release debacle with Life of a Showgirl, you had more white women calling out the dog whistles than people of color. And that was a rare thing. That's what made it so different. To say that it...
One of my outside kitties, well, I don't know if it's mine. One of the outside kitties is fucking screaming right now.
It was just bots.
They better stop fighting.
Bots, when there are actual people with actual critical thought, not only completely just ignores the fact that people actually have an opinion, it's disregarding the amount of harassment that Swifties have put towards people online. It's reached a level where people are deactivating their social accounts, they're changing their phone numbers, they are moving to new addresses because Swifties are doxing them. And it is from someone who is mutuals, colleagues, and friends with Swifties. And I've repeatedly said time after time, you cannot ignore the fact that there are sections of this fan base that are willing to have people's head on a spike for having any kind of criticism for your faith. And I know people are going to be quick to call, well, what about Beyonce? Listen, there are people in this fandom that call out the crazies as well. Anytime they do the most, we say, hey, that's not great for business, but also y'all are embarrassing her. We're also not afraid to critique her. Black billionaires and capitalists will not save us. It also does not help that she has yet to call out the Trump administration for using her music in their propaganda ads, but her peers, like Sabrina Carpenter, like Olivia Rodrigo, have called them out time after time. This is why people say that Swifties are in a psychosis, because to ignore the fact that people can be critical about someone you love is not only an endangerment to them, but also complete question of your morality and where you draw the line about who you support versus where they stand. We are in too dangerous of a time right now in this country.
Yoga, that's really funny. A clock sticker. God damn it. That's funny.
Specifically to ignore that. Child, let me go to Pilates and get recentered. Y'all pissed me off this morning. The payroll that the Swift camp has at Rolling Stone must be.
Oh, look at this.
Here's why I think this article is annoying. I don't care about what bots are saying, like at all, because I know what she's saying, and it's nothing. Nothing. Here's why I think this article is annoying. I don't care about what bots are saying, like at all, because I know what she's saying, and it's nothing.
A clock sticker. Oh, little Atlantis history.
Assume that Plato's account of Atlantis is completely understood. But what if it's not? What if the chronology has been off all along? We've been duped for far too long. What if it only happened like 2,000 or 3,000 years ago? Wouldn't we be able to see the remains today still? What if Atlantis wasn't the only large cut of land that was submerged? And what if the Azores and Canary Islands aren't the only mountaintops of Atlantis that can still be seen? In Lewis Spence's book, he talks about soundings in the Atlantic Ocean that show a ridge connecting Ireland all the way down to South America. Spence argues that the Antilles, the Caribbean islands we see today, is the remains of another ancient lost continent called Antillia. And just like the legends of Atlantis, medieval sailors way before Columbus had legends of Antillia. By the 1500s, mapmakers started to label the Caribbean islands as Antilles, which literally means the surviving pieces of Antillia. Here's Antilles right here. There's always this U shape right here. And then there's little cuts on the side of it. You see that? See, even on this one, on the sides. I kind of see these like John Jensen's Ancient Canal Builders, the man-made harbors that he finds submerged and not submerged across the lands. Then if you get on Google Earth and you zoom into the Bahamas, you see this U shape right here. Then you see these little cuts into the land. That certainly looks man-made, doesn't it? Now, Lewis Spence, in his wonderful book, Atlantis in America, he's on the same timeline that we are today. Mainstream history is about Atlantis, that it was thousands and thousands.
Yeah, dude, I thought the full moon was last week. What's going on, chatty? Whatever. Chaos mode today. Let's go.
Thousands of years ago.
I'm going to match y'all's energy.
Here's why I think this article is annoying.
Fuck you.
Most people assume that Plato's account is like John Jensen's Ancient, which literally means the surviving pieces of Antillia. Here's Antilles right here. There's always this U shape right here. And then there's little cuts on the side of it. You see, even on this one, on the sides. I kind of see these like John Jensen's Ancient Canal Builders, the man-made harbors that he finds submerged and not submerged across the lands. Then if you get on Google Earth and you zoom into the Bahamas,
the moon's in its troll phase. Agreed, bro.
See this U shape right here. Then you see these little cuts into the land. That certainly looks man-made, doesn't it? Now, Lewis Spence, in his wonderful book, Atlantis in America, he's on the same timeline that we are today. Mainstream history is about Atlantis, that it was thousands and thousands of years ago. But John Jackson says differently. The ancients weren't using a 365-day year.
Oh, that's right. I named the thing tonight. Where in the world is Paul Wysopal? That's why everyone's being weird tonight. Whatever, there should be 70 feds up in this bitch then. Where's everybody? Bring your fucking dirty feds in. Come on, I'm going to bring out all the brand new evidence that 100% exonerates me in about an hour. Y'all better get in here. I want to see 100 feds. Come on. Yeah, the OOB people. Isn't that crazy? That was like a couple weeks after I started talking about Paul Wysopal's when I got that OOB trap.
And years actually meant months. He says that the lunar solar year of 12 months, each of 30 days in the whole consisting of 360 days, was the original stated year of mankind. It was in the...
Do you think it's Kathy? Kathy Sanders sent these people?
The the most ancient times used by the Egyptians, Chaldeans, Phoenicians.
Oh my God, I know. We need a Paul Christmas tree ornament in the general store. Okay, I'm going to make it this weekend, I promise. And if I don't, I'm ending stream forever.
Persians, Greeks, and Romans. Then, Mr. John Jackson says, and I'm going to paraphrase, Varro discovered that the Egyptians used to measure a person's lifespan.
Operation Olive Branch, do you remember that on TikTok like a year and a half ago or something? I think it was April of 2024. Around then. Yeah, because it was March 8th was the eclipse. It was like a month after that. And I started talking about Paul, I think in February of that same month. Or that same time. But Operation Olive Branch, it was like a big fundraiser that people were raising for Palestinians to escape Gaza. And they were doing it through GoFundMe. And all of a sudden one day, I got like 12 people telling me that I had to make a video. And I ignored them. And then the next day, like 40 people made videos just about me, dude. Saying that I was like, what even were their accusations? I think a bunch of them were calling me a Fed. And then they were saying that that I'm like a fake, like that I wouldn't support these Palestinian families. And I was like, what the fuck is going on? Like, you know how I am. If one person's telling me to do anything, I'm like, fuck you. To have 10 people do it and all on the same day, and I'm going, something is afoot. So I started looking into it finally. And I looked into it and I looked at their spreadsheet. Bro, they were raising like millions of dollars. And they're like evidence of who these people are. You know, they're like raising $40,000 for a family of 4 to escape Gaza and go to Egypt, supposedly. And all they have is like their Instagram account. So I start clicking through these Instagram accounts. They're all fake. They're all AI. They're all weird. And so I made a video exposing them. And I was like, look, all these fucking people are trying to get me to do this shit. They're calling me a Fed. They're calling me like a scumbag, blah, blah, blah. And I think all these fucking families are fake. And they deleted, I had 4 accounts. And they deleted all 4 of them that day. They deleted all 4 of my accounts. And then, yeah, my YouTube's always been locked down since then. I can only get like a trickle of subscribers. But I think it was one of the first things that these fetty-detty dudes were doing to try and, shut us the fuck up. And dude, the whole internet, then they were doxing me. They were sending my family death threats. My ex and my mom, they were sending death threats. They were doing everything, dude. It was crazy. But yeah, it was all because I started talking about Paul Wysopal. And they want to be like, Paul is not Timothy McVeigh. That's crazy. Okay, why are all these assholes always fucking with me whenever I talk about it?
By months, not years. Their years were actually lunar months of 30 days each. So when ancient records say someone...
But yeah, did you hear about Operation Olive Branch? Yeah, they got my original cat dad account swallowed up, and my knitted anus account, and my fucking... There was 2 other ones. 4 of them got deleted that day. But I'm glad it all happened because, it proved to me how, like, managey they are. I was like, there's no way that, like, me and the small audience that I have are anything that they would, like, fuck with. Of course. They have to stop. They have to keep people small or kill them. They can't be having people with, common sense be talking on the internet or on TV. Yeah, they deleted all of my main accounts within, like, I think it was like 2 or 3 days. But that's also why we started streaming, so. Although, you know, they fuck with us here still, too, obviously. We're only allowed 33 Masons in the chat. Well, 55. Let's go. Let's go, boys.
Thousands of years, they really meant thousands of months. Because of this, the lifespans of early kings and gods were misunderstood as lasting many thousands, even tens of thousands of years. For example, Manetho wrote that the Egyptian god Vulcan.
Oh, and the other point too about the Operation Olive Branch shit was a scam is that it was going through GoFundMe, which is PayPal, which literally says on their website that they will not pay out to any Palestinian families because they don't recognize it as a place. So they only pay out, PayPal only pays out to Israel in that area. You have to be Israeli to get PayPal.
Ruled for 9,000 years, but Africanus later explained that these weren't actual years, they were months. And historians eventually realized the same thing. The numbers were never meant to be taken as literal solar years. Wow. Plato's 9,000...
You want to tell these people how you wet your bed regularly still? Shut up, dude. Don't tell them.
Years is only wrong because we were using the wrong calendar. If Chronological Antiquities, the book we just read, is really right about Egyptian years being months, then that only puts Atlantis, the sinking of Atlantis in Antalya, as we just talked about, at around 3,300.
Dude, you know what I do? I definitely, there are times where I wet myself in frickin' yoga sometimes, I'm pretty sure. It gets too hot, man. You don't know what's coming out of you.
Years ago. So these pyramids off the coast of Cuba.
No, just kidding.
Could have been a part, and probably were a part, of the lost Atlantis. So that would mean that Cuba and Haiti, those are all the mountaintops. Can we still see ruins there today? Oh yeah, you can. Definitely in Haiti. Unless you want to believe the narrative, which is that 20,000 slaves built this fortress on a 3,000 plus tall mountain for the Haitian Revolution. Or it's Atlantean. I mean, you pick your side.
Atlantis!
I'll even take it a step further. Could this possible correct chronology of Atlantis explain these structures that I discuss and I'm addicted to talking to y'all about? And they're impossible stories. Just like the Cuban capital. I mean, it looks Atlantean. Let's look in the inside. Does it look Cuban?
Like, Fidel Castro was a total Fed too, wasn't he? Everybody
These
is.
hallways are just magnificent. This one's called the Hall of Lost Steps. She looks Cuban. Yeah, she looks Cuban for sure. They don't look Cuban though. Okay, we did that. That's a mural of a battle of people killing each other. We did that one. I don't think a civilization that builds something that magnificent as the capital in Cuba would put a mural of humans killing other humans.
Yeah, they're building Purdy.
Nor would they put a tank as the centerpiece in front of that. Does that make sense to y'all? Does it make sense? So now you can maybe understand why I call infrastructure in my videos Atlantean temples and Atlantean palaces. It's because there's more there. There's more there. And believe it or not, people, we've been lied to. Love y'all and have a good day. Most people assume
Word up,
that
bro.
Plato's account...
Word up, big bro.
If Taylor Swift is being attacked on the internet, it must be...
Oh my god, did you guys hear this?
I am he as you are, he as you are, me and we are Charlie Kirk. I am he as you are, he as you are, me and we are Charlie Kirk.
One more.
I am he as you are, he as you are, me and we are Charlie Kirk. I am he as you are.
Bro, who the fuck are the Cathars? Are they like the Gnostics?
the most successful Christian heresy of the mid-centuries, and this is one of them being thrown into a well and killed, and here's why. The Cathars rejected the teachings of the Catholic Church as being immoral and inspired by the devil. They criticized the church for being hypocrites, greedy, supporting slavery, and acquiring land and wealth, which they said went against the teachings of Christ. Because the God in the Bible was jealous, hateful, angry, and a child murderer, the Cathars declared the God of the Bible to be the devil. The Cathars did something very unique. They identified the divine feminine aspect of the divine feminine face of God, which they called Sophia, the goddess of wisdom. The God in Catharism was both male and female. God is a king and a queen, divine feminine and divine masculine, working in perfect harmony. They also believed in reincarnation, and women held prominent roles. The Catholic Church declared this a heresy and burned them alive, virtually eradicating Catharism. These are the Cathars, the most successful Christian heresy of the mid-centuries, and this is one of them being thrown into a well and killed, and here's why. The Cathars were...
Oh, this is why I pulled up that Bill Cooper interview, if you guys want to watch that.
Nobody exists on a high level in government who's opposed to the New World Order. Nobody. Our government has literally been infiltrated.
That's right. Morg always talks about the Cathars. They're the Gnostics, right?
And there's a cancer within our government destroying it, eating it, nibbling away at it, hacking off its limbs.
And you said this started in 1945?
1945 was when the overt destruction began to occur, when Truman signed the UN Participation Act and the United Nations Treaty. It actually began long before that, when these secret societies began to infiltrate the government and appoint their members to important posts. Infiltration is easy. If one gets in, he can then appoint and hire others to replace people who are not members below him.
So now we've had over almost 50 years of this going on.
At least. I believe that it started back probably 1913, 1917, when the Federal Reserve Act was passed, when the Council on Foreign Relations became a reality in this country. What?
I think it started even sooner, like the founding of our nation. If you look back at all the founding fathers, a majority were Masons. George Washington, Benjamin Franklin, Paul Revere, John Hancock, James Moore, John Marshall. Like, has anyone seen these photos of George Washington? You think that secret societies don't already run the United States?
Dude, fucking Christopher Columbus came over here with the Knights Templar thing on his ship.
That's not what it was built on. Same year that America was founded, 1776. Same year the Illuminati was founded, 1776.
Well, you have to understand.
We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. Where the fuck did that interview go? Oh, here it is.
Instigate new thought.
All right, let's watch more of this. I'm probably going to get a booch. We're going to get wet and wild. We're going to do some wet work tonight, boys. We're going to do some Paul wet work. We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame.
New ideas, new patterns, and then you do with it what you want. I am certainly not a final authority. Okay, so getting right into what's going on here. The present-day Khazarian Mafia, I like to call them the KM, knows that it cannot operate or exist without abject secrecy and therefore has spent a lot of money having its history excised from the history.
Yeah, Mormons call the Catholic Church the great and abominable church, which is funny since Mormon prophet / president kissed the Pope's ring. Dude, they all kissed the ring. The Vatican's at the fucking center of it, right, boys? Pale Horse once sounded far-fetched to me. Yeah, I know, dude. Bill Cooper doesn't fucking miss. What is Bill? I don't even know anything that Bill Cooper's been wrong about.
History books in order to prevent citizens of the world from learning about its evil beyond imagination that empowers them. The world's largest and
Mormons and Catholics are the Spider-Man meme. True.
crime cabal. So like I said earlier, this is secret. This is hard to find information, or not as hard now with the internet, but it...
What do you mean Bill went too hardcore to essentially proving how correct he was? You mean they went hardcore on Bill when they went and fucking gunned him down for taxes or some shit?
It's been very hard to access, if not impenetrable. You can't access it up until recently, when I believe the Great Awakening has been instigated. This essay is an attempt to clarify the situation by exposing the Khazarian Mafia's hidden history, their patterns of behavior, and their methods of operation, so to render their true identity. It is of my opinion that the Luciferians, the seed of the KM, originally sourced from the Levant, specifically the Canaanites from the line of Canaan, the grandson of Noah, as well as possibly the hidden bloodline of Cain, the son of Lucifer and Eve.
So, if the God of the Bible is the devil, right? That means that the devil chose Noah, right? To be the group that replaces everyone. So everyone who traces back to Noah is a fucking chosen by Satan? Is that what the deal is? And isn't it interesting? It's all sourced from the Levant. Is that the Levant the same area that Israel's trying to take for greater Israel right now?
I'm falling more and more under the impression that that Eden...
Yeah, dude. Bill Cooper dying by shootout is fucking badass. Imagine that. Dying by shootout over just talking about wackadoodle theories on the internet.
Was simply
on the radio.
Metaphors, that the characters are simply energies, and that it's been placed into actual history. I might be wrong in that, but I am beginning to veer away from the idea that this is actual history, that these are actually metaphors of this.
I have a minute's video lined up too.
Energy as it's being put into the community, and Jay, you and I could talk about that down the road. Members today of the KM are abused into the system and are used where they show gift. The true Luciferians have bloodline heritage, certainly, but the vast majority of the Mafia is now composed of a consortium of people from many backgrounds, just like the Khazarians formed in the Caucasus Mountains from many horse-faring nomadic people long ago. This is a critical map that I like to use that was drawn by Dylan Monroe, and this basically shows the costumes that the KM have worn so that you would never know of them. So the pharaohs, Babylonians, the Romans, Judea, Khazarians, the Templar, the Masons, the Illuminati, the Vatican. I see these as costumes that they have adorned so that you wouldn't really know what and who they really were. Like the Vatican costumes itself as this pinnacle of monotheism and the interpreter of the Word of God. That's their costume. But the truth of the matter is that's actually the KM. They're Satanists. They're blood ritual followers. They are oriented to demonology and the whole...
Look, bro, it literally goes... the Vatican to Knights Templar to Switzerland, which is where the Knights Templar fled after they were executed, to the Masons, to the Illuminati, to the US of A. Yeah. Canaan, Pharaohs, Babylon, Rome, Judea, Vatican, Knights Templar, Khazars, Switzerland, Jesuits, Illuminati, Masons, USA. Dude, this no notes on this thing.
Demonic world, and that is all hidden from people under the costume of the Vatican. And so that's the way this Khazarian Mafia has always operated, was it's been behind these major institutions that have steered and furnished the world. Everything that we know right now in this society that's been handed to you through the public education system is actually the history that the Khazarian Mafia has handed everyone. It's all lies. That's why our medicine is lies. That's why our religions are lies. That's why our governments are lies. It's because they all source from these anti-human groups that predate us for thousands of years. And this map will help you begin to understand where and how this all came about. Here's a little closer view. Oh, sorry. Here, right here is a closer view. And you can begin to see. Now this, I've put this together so that folks can begin to make a basic sense of what's happening. And if you look at the two or the three lines there on the left, the Pharaoh, Roman, Templar, Masons.
What's nostarded crap rewritten to divert Christianity from the Talmud? Oh, wait, are you talking to Fire Star-Lord?
That's all your sun worshipers. These are the people that worship Baal, the ancient son of the ancient Canaanites. And then in the center here is the spiritual aspect, the money there on the left with the sun, and in the center here is the spiritual aspect and the money aspect. There you can see the Switzerland and the Illuminati. This is where all the wealth is coming out of the Masons and the Templars and the Romans. This is all congealing there in the center. And then on the right are your black sun worshipers. And these are the people who are into the whole blood sacrifice thing and are into the whole Satanism thing. You can see there on the right, human sacrifice, and on the left, Baal worship.
Baal's worship. Hell yeah.
That's sun worship.
Set, Moloch.
Sun worship is the background, is the history of monotheism. It comes out of the pharaohs. It comes out of the Romans. And so monotheism is what these here on the left have been trying to con everybody into. And then you have your black sun worshipers on the right. Those are the people that worship Saturn. These are your Satan worshipers on the right. So this map, its design is to simply bring a semblance to the history, a costuming that you can recognize and see in the history books, and how these people have hidden, the KM have hidden themselves from you, so you have no idea why our world has become 1984. And it all goes back to these clowns in our history that have shaped our world. And there's the dates when things were going on. And you guys, in your own research, please chase this stuff. Black nobility, 1291, the organizing of the Merovingians, and money. This is all coming out of the Knights Templar, the Vatican, the Masons, the Jesuits, who are the stormtroopers of the Vatican. This is all coming out of this corruption. And that is why our world is based in maritime law and injustice and the destroying of human beings. That is the background. And then finally, they all coalesce there with the Illuminati in 1776. Interesting, the same year that America was founded. There in 1776 with the Illuminati organizing, so to bring about the front that would cause the Novus Ordo Secularum, the New World Order. So this map is simply in place for everybody to start to make sense of the timeline and what we're doing here. Opening statement: we have been marginalized with abuse bonds, pacified with false religions, coerced with harmful medicine, mugged with pernicious usury, and distracted with materialistic red herrings, while our children and sovereignty were taken with mind control, used as blood currency, and forced to participate and pay for the whole world operation with fake wars. Many wonder how this happened. Many wonder how governments, all governments, became totally corrupted. Yeah. How did we get to the place we are today? What happened? How did the planet become a human farm? I do see the planet as a human farm. How did society become 1984? Why is society sick? This lecture is to attempt to offer some answers to those questions. The science, our point of departure now is the Phoenicians. The science, governmental, medical, judicial, political, religious, and financial worlds are all direct and unmistakable testimonies of the work of the Phoenicians. All of the institutions that run the major societies of the world are bought through blackmail or coercion or just downright corruption. Bankers and wealthy now rule the world. The bank is now the center of the city. It used to be the sanctuary, and before that it was the temple. Now it is the bank. That is the center facility that runs the society. Bankers and wealthy now rule the world. Banking corruption dates back to the Phoenicians, the original maritime bankers who controlled the Mediterranean sea trade from, and this might be wrong, Jay, please correct me, from about 2500 BC until they assimilated into commerce and surrounding kingdoms in 300 BC, while always carrying their own identity as Semites. Unique identity. They didn't assimilate. They maintained their unique identity. And here's a pro tip: the corrupt maritime laws used today to illegally control and tax the populace dates back to these people, the Phoenicians. The financial con you find yourself in originated with the Phoenicians, and they call it Babylonian money magic. It's financial spell casting, illegal taxing called usury, and it ultimately sources from the Levant and the Mediterranean coasts. And here again is the map, and we're going to see right there, here's the Phoenicians, right there under Baal worship, sun worshippers. And this is, folks, this goes all the way back to the beginning of our current human civilization. Obviously, when Jay's talking about the cataclysm, this would go back to that cataclysm before the world was reinstituted by that event. And I would love to read up on that, Jay, ASAP. And again, this is just showing you the map and showing you the Phoenicians and how they whittled down into this system. So who were the Phoenicians? The Phoenicians were a Semitic people. They were an ancient civilization originating from the Mediterranean coastlines out of Egypt and also the region of modern-day Lebanon, coastal Syria, and northern Israel. Tyre and Sidon became prominent Phoenician cities around the early 3rd millennium BC, circa 2700 to 2500 BC. According to my research, Jay, I could be wrong, during the emergence of the Phoenician civilization along the eastern and southern Mediterranean coasts. Archaeological evidence such as pottery and settlement patterns suggests that these cities were inhabited by Canaanite populations, the precursors to the Phoenicians, as early as the 4th millennium BC. By the second millennium BC, particularly around 1500 BC, Tyre and Sidon had developed into major urban centers with distinct Phoenician cultural and economic characteristics, including maritime trade and the use of the Phoenician alphabet. This group undergirds an incredible amount of our current history. Now, there's Tyre and Sidon, so everyone can see. These are ancient Canaanite cities. The Phoenicians are ancient Canaanite Semites coming out of Egypt and the Levant, and these two cities were critical to their control of maritime trade of the Mediterranean Sea between the eastern and western portions of the hemisphere. And the mediator between these dealings of the Silk Road and the West went through Tyre and Sidon, or a majority of them did. And this is, in my opinion, who the Amalekites and the Khazarians were interacting with to bring in all of the mercantile items that they were raping and stealing from the travelers on the Silk Road. They were taking that stuff down into the Mediterranean Sea for sale to the West. And who's buying them? The royalty. And this ties in the royalty to the Phoenicians, to ancient Babylonia, the Amalekites. This ties them all together through the seafaring trade that the Phoenicians are overseeing during this time. And this is why they have infiltrated everything. The Phoenicians built themselves on a legacy of trade and urban development. From 1500 BC onward, they shaped the Western world through their maritime trade, colonization efforts, and spread of their alphabet, which became a cornerstone of Western writing systems. Their impact on Babylon and subsequent empires was primarily through trade and cultural exchange, serving as a bridge that disseminated Mesopotamian innovations across the ancient world. Phoenicians assimilated, they didn't die off. These contributions are substantiated by archaeological discoveries such as shipwrecks and inscriptions and historical accounts from figures like Herodotus, affirming the Phoenicians' enduring legacy. Now, here they are. This is a map of the Eastern Hemisphere in 1300 BC. And look, there you see, right there in the center of the action, right next to the Levant, there to the right, we have the Phoenician city-states, Tyre, Sidon, establishing themselves there on the coast. Why? Because there's money and trade there. There is money to be made and a society to build, and that is a very logical place to position yourself, right there in the center of the action. Linguistically and culturally, Phoenicians are classified as a Semitic group, closely related to other Semitic peoples like the Canaanites, Hebrews, and Aramaeans. Their language, Phoenician, was a Semitic language akin to Hebrew and Aramaic, and their alphabet, which influenced the Greek and Latin scripts, reflects this linguistic heritage. The Phoenicians remained Semitic throughout their history, defined by their language, culture, and ethnicity. They were known for maritime trade, key, maritime trade. That's why we still are in the maritime trade system, is because it comes out of ancient Phoenicia, the Canaanites.
I love how fucking fired up Chuck is.
Still, to this day, operating under Canaanite law. Think about that, folks. Canaanite law. And establishing colonies across the Mediterranean, flourishing from around 1500 to 300 BC. The Phoenicians thrived on the Mediterranean coasts, establishing extensive trade networks that enriched them. Hellenistic influence after 300 BC and later Roman rule gradually integrated Phoenician city-states into broader empires, but Phoenician cities like Tyre and Sidon remain vital to Mediterranean trade systems they had developed. Here we are, about 600 years later. Look, the Phoenicians, look at them colonizing all on the coast. They have taken over maritime trade, established the laws, the connections. They are at the center of it, and they are remaining their own nation. They are not just becoming Assyrians and Romans. They are remaining their own Semitic identity. They are holding fast because they're so wealthy and have such huge influence. They have their own empire. And so we can see now, 600 years later, they have fully colonized, and man, they are set up to control what happens in the West. Historical records like the Amarna letters in the 14th century BC mention both Tyre and Sidon as significant players in regional trade and politics under Egyptian influence. Phoenician identity solidified during this period, driven by their roles as key ports for commerce with Egypt, Mesopotamia, and later Greece. By the first millennium BC, that's 1000 BC, Tyre and Sidon were fully established as leading Phoenician city-states known for their shipbuilding, purple dye production, and extensive trade across the Mediterranean. And here we are, 1000 BC. There they are, Phoenicians right there. Down you see Israel, Egypt, the Edomites. Here they come. Here they come, folks. It's all happening in front of you. Here's the Phoenician expansion from 11th to 6th centuries BCE. Look, guys. Look. See all the purple? They are controlling. They are controlling the Mediterranean. Look at their influence all the way into the Assyrian Empire there on the right. There's Tyre, Sidon, and Baalbek. Look at that city right there next to Tyre and Sidon, just north. Baalbek, B-A-A-L-Bek.
Balkans? Isn't that where the Aryans came from? The Balkans? Am I mixing up the areas? Are those the Caucasus? No, that's Europe. Never mind. That's like Ukraine. Or is that Italy? I have no idea.
What does that tell you? These are Baal worshippers. And then we see there in East Hemisphere, 100 BC, nearly 1,000 years later, look, the Republic of Rome has taken over of the Mediterranean, interacting right there with the Phoenicians. This is, folks, this is where all of this stuff comes out of. Now,
I would like to interject on that right there.
Please.
How Rome pulled this off is because Tyre and Sidon, being surrounded by all these super heavyweights, like you said, that all these major empires in that area, being very close to Parthia, which was becoming a threat, they began to colonize. In the 7th century BC, Tyre and Sidon began to export 2 major, huge colonies. One of them was Ionia, the Ionic states, Miletus, where all the shipping guilds were basically located, that were going to the Greek islands and going all the way out to Ogygia, which was one of the ancient names of Ireland. But also, are you familiar with Carthage? Carthage was founded by the Phoenicians.
Yes.
And it was on the North African coast, and it was like an escape city. When shit got too bad in Tyre and Sidon, they had a whole city they could go to. The problem was Carthage was only 2 days sail from Rome, and Rome couldn't have that. And this is where you get the First and Second Punic War. This is why Rome went and took over Carthage. But Carthage was, even though it's called Carthaginian, it was 100% Phoenician.
That's fantastic information. Thank you for that. Yes, and I knew. Didn't they salt Carthage? Who was it that salted Carthage?
Yeah, they did. They stole the library. There was Carthage had gotten like 200 volumes from the ancient Pergamum library, and Pergamum is where the New Testament says that Satan's seat was. And they got this old library. They took all that. They salted the fields. They enslaved the population, and they pretty much did away with Carthage.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, good. Now what I want to do, Jay, is now we're at the middle portion. I've gotten a good grasp of the Phoenicians here. I want to run that video, Maxwell, where Jordan Maxwell talks about the Phoenicians.
All right.
Let's run that video. It has the words on it. Just run the video, and then I'll start after it ends.
Okay.
I love Chuck.
It's 5 minutes.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Chuck's presentation
I disappeared for a minute. I have no idea. StreamYard kicked me out of my own studio.
Oh my goodness, that wasn't your choice? That was done to you?
Yeah, I couldn't even get back in. I tried, so I couldn't even get back in through the link I have on my desktop. So at the last minute, I just went ahead and I turned my Wi-Fi off, turned it back on, and I went in through the browser.
Holy smokes! Has that ever happened before?
No, man. I think you brought all this bad juju on me, bro.
I'm so sorry. Oh my God.
That's all right.
Actually is a copyrighted book. It's interesting to find out who owns the copyright on the Bible. Who owns the copyright? Who wrote this Bible? And where did it come from? And who put up the money to make it the most important book ever published on the earth? That everybody has a copy of it in their language. Why is it so important? It has to do with the promotion of an ancient secret society and their particular agenda that they have for the world. They were the people behind Adolf Hitler, who were promoting the New World Order. And then comes in America, the Bushes with their New World Order, and the Vatican talking about the coming of a new earth, a new world. And the whole New World Order is an old ancient philosophy going back into the ancient world, and it has nothing to do with any people called Israel.
Dude, Firestar Lord, I even told you how to not be viewed as a tyrant, and you ignored me, but they didn't ignore you. Who are you talking to, bro? Are you saying I'm a tyrant? Are you talking to someone in the chat? Are you talking to a metaphor? Is that a hypothetical? What's going on? Why are you being so aggro, bro? Calm down. We're all buds. Even if we are Charlie Kirk, we're all buds.
The whole area we call today Israel
the Caucasus
is actually
are north of Ukraine? Okay.
And you will find that the Canaanites had a particular language called Phoenician. And the word Phoenician, going back to the ancient Phoenician peoples of the Middle East, give us today the Phoenician language is referred to as Hebrew. In fact, there is no Hebrew language. There is a Hebrew people that speak a language that we call them Hebrews, before. And therefore we say that they're speaking Hebrew. It's not Hebrew. It's a Phoenician Canaanite language. And we get the word Phoenician, gives us our word.
Interesting.
Phony comes from Phoenician. Phony and the phonics and words like that comes from.
Wait, Wait, who was saying that earlier? That they think even the Phoenicians were getting like a goof version of the Phoenicians. That's where phony comes from? So Phoenicians were fakers. Like the faker Jewish people who are actually just Zionists. Phony comes from Phoenician? What are they fakers of? Who were they then? These Baalists? These Baal lickers? These fucking... Yeah, totally. I think the first, the last switched accounts for sure.
Phoenician. So go back and look at the Phoenician.
Phony baloney. Because they're from Italy? Phony Bologna.
People, and you will see that what we call Phoenicia is today referred to as.
You can block them. They're boring me now. They're just being meanie heads. Don't come back, dude. Chill out. Think about your actions. You're never gonna distract us.
Israel. Israel is.
I'm just a kitty cat, and I like playing with my food a little bit before we eat it. Watch. Oh, did you already get aced? Nope, but it's coming. Chomp. Mr. Bunny's going to eat your lunch.
The ancient land of Cana in the Bible. You talk about all the horrible things that were going on in the land of Cana.
And why do people claim this is anti-Semitic? Because they're hiding behind that shield. Dude, I thought that they had me thinking back in the day that Roger Waters was anti-Semitic. It's just how they always hide behind this shit. I always say David Icke's anti-Semitic. No, he's anti-lizard.
That God cursed us the land of Cana.
And so am I, damn it.
It was a terrible place, and they have nothing to do with it. That's in the Bible, in the Old Testament. Well, Cana today is called Israel. Israel is the land of Cana today, and this is why this is when you get into the words and terms of where these words come from, and the incredible story about the Canaanite religion. The priest of Cana, they would offer up sacrifices. Usually it was children. They would burn a sacrifice. They would kill the children and burn their bodies on an altar. And then, according to the Canaanite religion, they said they were worshiping the sun, and the Canaanites called the sun Baal, B-A-A-L, Baal.
Dude, could them covering up the sun have anything to do with their worshiping of the sun? Right? Aren't they supposed to be sun worshippers? Why are they fucking with it? Or are they just into the child sacrifice?
Baal worship was the worship of the sun in the land of Cana. Go back and look at it. Today, we say that we know that the priests of Cana who were worshiping Baal, B-A-A-L, Baal as the sun, they were Baal worshippers, and they would offer up human sacrifice. They would kill children and people and then burn their bodies, but they were supposed to eat part of the burned bodies. They were burning the bodies so that God could smell the flesh. He liked smell.
So what, is all the Ra worship fucking satanic? Is that Baal worship? I mean, they can say whatever the fuck they want about the sun, right? But my son is chill. I like my son. Right? The sun's not a cuck, is it? Oh my god, is the sun a cuck like Saturn? Oh, fuck, dude. We gotta hate the sun now, too? Are we gonna have to become lizard people? Oh, God. The Egypt sun worship feels like a creepy, perverted, control-based version of what genuine sun gratitude from the light and life is. Yeah, I agree, dude. Yeah. Can't they just let us live, man? Let us bask in the sun and marvel at the glory of it and how it makes food grow, and just let us be. Yeah, covering up the sunlight doesn't fuck with the sun, it fucks with the earth. I know, right? So, but isn't that weird, though, that if they're sun worshippers, why are they covering up the sun? Like, I know that it's... I think it's mostly to deplete us of, like, healing and good feelings. Like, they're literally turning us into Dark City. Like, the more fucking overcast the sky is, the more depressed everyone is, the less will you have. You know, and then beyond it, if you want to go spiritual, I think that the sun could be upgrading our DNA or whatever. Fuck yeah. Maybe sending us messages. Who knows? I don't know where my awakening came from, but some parts of it felt like I was being told shit. So maybe it's the sun. Maybe it's the field, right? The ether field. The consciousness field. I don't know. But... yeah, I also think that they worship the sun and they want to desecrate the earth. It's almost like they're literally like mutineers. They're like agents sent from Saturn to fuck with another planet. They're fucking with Gaia. She's one of the gods, right? She's probably Sophia. I don't know. But it feels like Saturn hired a bunch of mutineers to blow up the spaceship Gaia so that he can be the one lonely god in the sky. He already killed Mars. Now he wants to kill fucking Gaia. He's a bitch. Saturn's a bitch. And don't tell me the fucking sun's a bitch too now.
Killing burnt flesh. And this is what we're told in the Canaanite religion, that God said, I love the smell of your sacrifices. The sacrifices were humans. So when they're burning humans on the altar, God loved the smell of human bodies burning. And so that's where we get this idea that they were Baal worshippers, were eating the bodies of their sacrifices. And so they were from Cana. And so they were Baal worshippers from Cana, which gives us our word Cana-Baal, or cannibal. Cannibal comes from Cana worshippers of worshiping Baal, Cana-Baal, cannibals. And this is what we call...
yeah, it's almost like they have some beef with a god that created the whole world. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's it, right? That was a thick one. That was a 2 out of 5. The, a 1.5, honestly. Yeah, I mean, they're fighting Source, right? But, like, how does destroying everything... whatever, man. They suck. We live on heaven and they make it awful. Fucking gross. Sorry, Creatress. I apologize.
Today, Israel. Israel is the land of Cana-Baal worship, the sun god. The sun being B-A-A-L, or swastika, or tetragramma, Aton. All of this goes back to the sun worship, moon worship, Venus worship, the worship of the planet Saturn, the worship of the moon. All of these are ancient pagan religions, and nobody today gives a damn. Nobody seems to care. We just go along to get along, and whatever everybody else is doing, that's what we'll do. Everybody's going to the synagogue. Good. We'll all go to the synagogue too. Nobody seems to know when they get there where the word synagogue comes from. Everybody's going to church. Yeah, we all Christians going to church. You don't know where the word church comes from. You need to go back and get a dictionary and look at the words and what you are supposedly involving yourself in, because you're involving yourself in a dark, ancient secret. And this is why the world is not getting any better, because we are based on lies, deception. There is no such a thing as an ancient Israel. There is no Lord coming back to save us. These are all ancient stories.
Okay, that's it. So hopefully that's helpful. And then open up the second set of slides, the ones that I haven't done yet, that other file that had the second set of slides. It starts with a map. There. Boom. Okay, now, folks, we're going to go back in time again. Now that
What a great fucking duo, right?
we have established the Phoenicians and you got a basic idea what they were doing, we're going back in time.
Yeah, the ones destroying are because they are destroyed inside, so it's reflected externally. They gotta heal, bro. Peter Thiel and all these lizards just gotta live their full gay truth and stop self-sabotaging. You're taking us all down with ya.
To the beginnings of the Khazaria, the seeds of the Khazaria. The Khazars, right there between the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea, are the Caucasus Mountains. And this is where these horse-faring societies began to congeal to form the Khazarian Mafia. And the Khazars were a confederation of Slav...
Yeah, the moon is a local satellite that transmits and supports the inversion of the Saturn energy to project it here, structuring the matrix. I fucking agree.
Scythian, Sarmatian, Hunnic, Bulgar, Iranian, and Turkish tribes. And this is all coming out from what happened there in the Levant, when everything was breaking apart, when these tribes were breaking apart, and the Canaanites were basically assimilating into all of these other groups of people that would rule the world. And so part of that grouping, reseeding of these controllers happened in Khazaria. And it is my argument that the Amalekites went up there probably, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Jay, unless I'm completely off the map, but I'm thinking that right around 1700, 1600 BC is when the Amalekites began to make their way up to the Caucasus Mountains, some of them, not all of them, the hard satanic ones, so that they could practice their ritualistic satanic murder behavior outside and away from the organizing society. And they would be up in the misty mountains on their own, where they could be isolated and could carry out their practice. And so it's my argument that that was a magnet. It was that area was bringing about these satanic people that eventually, when the trade routes opened up, that they would take over. And so here we are, 100 AD. After the trade routes have opened, the trade routes open between 200 and 0 AD or BC. That is when they had their lifeblood coming in from the east that they would begin to pilfer. If we go to the next slide here, we'll get right into it and we'll start moving forward. Some rabbinical interpretations, the name Amalek, founder of the Amalekites, is etymologized as Amlak, meaning a people who lick blood. A Luciferian, and this is a quote from Jay Parker, a Luciferian who abused me said she proudly traced her bloodline all the way back to the Amalekites. The satanic lineage and Lucifer worshiping tradition in the Khazarian Mafia comes out of ancient pagan nature worshiping cults like the Canaanites. These cults related their celestial gods through blood sacrifice. Baal and Molech worship.
Dude, this all sounds right.
Worshipping cannibalistic adrenochrome drug tribal blood systems in Canaan became the foundation of the current Khazarian Mafia Luciferians' spirituality. This society related to nature through the icons and rites of Lucifer, a being of light, knowledge, power, and pure evil. They established relationship with Lucifer, who would offer longevity, pleasure, material power, and knowledge in exchange for human blood and souls, preferably children, and always torturing before killing. The Canaanites passed, that's to harvest loose. The Canaanites passed their knowledge within the tribe through oral tradition and initiation rites that carried the satanic Luciferian philosophy, which eventually organized in Edom and the Caucasus Mountains from the lineage of Amalek, the patriarch of the Amalekites, the bloodlickers, and Esau, the patriarch of the Edomites, and the son of Isaac, who was deceived by Jacob and Rebekah.
Let me interject about Amalek.
Please.
In the Old Testament, there is a very curious story where it is conveyed, and the book of Jasher goes into more detail, but Amalek was cursed because of an incident after the cataclysm of the 10 plagues over Egypt, and people were escaping in all different directions. Some were taking by ship, they were leaving in fleets from Egypt. And then one group, which according to the Old Testament became the Israelites, this group was passing out of Egypt over land. And you know the story, the Exodus, they passed the Red Sea, all this stuff, whether it's true or not. In the narrative of the Old Testament, in the train of the escaping Israelites, many of them were captured and enslaved, and some of them were killed. And it was because the Amalekites had come out of the wilderness, and it was an attack of opportunity because the van wasn't protected. It was all the older people and the younger people, and they were just in the very rear as Moses was leading the Israelites out. So Amalek came, and Moses cursed Amalek when he prayed to God, to Yahweh, and all that, and God cursed Amalek.
Gotcha.
So in the narrative, it's very interesting that the Amalekites were given 414 years. That's the cursed earth period, according to calendrical systems that have been documented by other people like Dr. Stephen Jones. So this 414-year period goes by until the curse is fulfilled. And in the Old Testament, the curse is fulfilled when King Saul, who himself was cursed for consulting the witch of Endor. And King Saul consults the witch of Endor, and his problem is a giant king who is ruling over the Amalekites, and his name is Agag. And the story in the Old Testament is fascinating because it literally says that King Saul stood 1 or 2 heads taller than any other man in Israel. And then it goes and gives a genealogy for King Saul. And when you go back 5 names on the genealogy, it goes to someone named Aphiah, which is the Hebrew word for a giant. So it's describing why King Saul was so tall. But what's amazing is when King Saul was ordered by the prophet Samuel to kill Agag because the cup of God's wrath was now full, meaning the curse 414 years, the curse is now at fruition. It's time to kill Agag. Agag is the king of the Amalekites. So King Saul pulled the sword out but couldn't do it. He couldn't chop the dude's head off. He marveled over how huge Agag was, because King Saul's already 1 or 2 heads taller than everybody else, but he's looking up at this guy who the Israelites captured, and he couldn't do it. He said he was extraordinary. He's magnificent. I can't kill this guy, even though God wanted him dead. He was the king of the Amalekites. So the prophet took the sword and cut the giant's head off. This is in the Old Testament. This is the Amalekites, and it's the exact same time period that you just described that other Amalekites were going into the Caucasus, which is interesting because the Amalekites also invaded northern Egypt. So the Arabians in that part of the world have a long history of doing the same thing. When the population explodes, they go in all different directions, just populating everywhere. The same thing the Amalekites did, because in Egypt they were called the Hyksos, the foreign rulers, the shepherd kings. Exact same time in history you're describing as Amalekites going further north into the Caucasus.
Right on, dude. Outstanding. Thank you for that. That is outstanding. I love having you in the room, man. This is fantastic. Thank you. Okay. It was through Amalek and the bloodlines of Esau, the Edomites, the Canaanites, the Sodomizers from Ham's bloodline, and Baal-worshipping tribes out of the Levant that formed the old religion, the blood-drenched Satanism that would eventually unite its...
Sodomizers? Well, they're butt fuckers? That's like well known that they're butt fuckers? Is that what that means?
Satanic spiritual power with Phoenician money magic to rule the world as the chosen ones, with Lucifer as their god. These lineages eventually would go on to form the Illuminati thousands of years later in 1776 under Wysopal. Now here, Jay, please look at this and tell me where I'm wrong. This is a timeline that I made so that folks, when you look at this helps you make sense, because these dates, these people, these times, it can get very confusing. And so it's helpful when you've got a timeline here that shows the ages that we're talking about and the people in time as a certain history, certain forms of history. This is the way they form the timeline. And so you can see there Abraham in 2000 lived 175 years, his son Isaac. This is Esau, Jacob, the Esau-Jacob deception, which is where that came from, and Edom founded. This is all going down in this 2000 BC, all the way down through 1300 BC, when all of these major events you're reading in the Bible, the Israelites fighting, I believe.
Oh, they were a well-known tribe of gay child rapers? Like the Spartans? Like Diddy? Like all of these guys? Like Clive Davis? Like literally all, Will Smith, all these guys? Seems like it, right? That's what they learned from their family. Cool.
That's 1300, 1250 BC, right around there. They're all duking it out in the Levant, these power structures. And the winner continues to be the satanic lines, the satanic people, because they are in communion with a materialist God that has tremendous amounts of power that they are accessing. And so it gives them advantage over other cultures, not even including all the technology, namely the Hittites forging iron, and this changing the whole scope and scape of how this stuff all unfolded. So I've just put that slide in this so that folks can begin to see the timeline and how this stuff falls out. It's not just crazy talk. There's actually a chronology to all of this that makes very good sense. As Jay just opened up with some of the stuff I was talking about, there's real logic behind this. This isn't just crazy conspiracy stuff. This is real logical history that we're following to understand the world. Now, here's some of the lineages. Canaan, the grandson of Noah, settled in the Levant and founded the Canaanites. Canaan's grandson was Nimrod, the king of Babel. He built the Tower of Babel and the city of Nineveh. According to the Bible, Canaan, the grandson of Noah through Ham, Genesis 9:18-25, was cursed by Noah for Ham's sin, sodomizing his father, and destined to serve his brother's descendants as his curse.
He fucked his dad? As a kid? What?
Canaan's descendants, the Canaanites, settled in the Levant, modern-day Israel, Lebanon, and parts of Jordan and Syria, establishing city-states like Sidon and Tyre.
And then this is who Mormons say everyone descended from him was black, and that's the mark of Cain. Oh my goodness.
Would become the key maritime trade centers ruled by the Phoenicians, the ancient Canaanites, and it started 2700 BC and was fully established by 1500 BC. And here's the Levant. Sometimes when I say the Levant, people don't know what it is. Here it is.
Hey, before you go into your next slide, I have to interject.
Please.
This is very compelling. You're talking about the curse of Ham. All right, the curse of Ham, whose older name was actually Kim, from which we get southern Egypt, Chemisia, the original kingdom of Kemet, comes from his name. Okay. Now, what you just said it's an easy mistake to make.
Okay.
But I'm going to tell you how you'll find the correct answer.
Okay.
There is a phrase in the Old Testament. It's also in the book of Jasher. It's in Levitical law as well. The Levitical law actually tells you what it means to see your father's nakedness. It does not mean that Noah was sexually violated.
Okay.
Let me explain. In the passage where it says Ham came in and he saw his father's nakedness and all that, this is an old colloquial that was very popular in that period of time. The book of Leviticus, under Levitical law, specifically says that it is punishable by death to see your father's nakedness.
Got it.
And then it defines that. To see your father's nakedness means you slept with his wife.
Is that right? I've never heard of that.
Listen, this is where the whole Nimrod Semiramis deal came, where the son sleeping with his mother and all that. This was all real history. Ham slept with his mother, Naamah. Naamah was a voluptuous, beautiful woman from the pre-flood world. Their child was Semiramis, who was later regarded as a goddess because she became the queen of Babylon. Semiramis was of pre-flood genetics, so she was of Titan and giant.
He fucked his mom and had a kid with her? Oh my goodness, Glacers, dude. What the fuck? Yeah, they semi-secretly consider the third eye to be the butthole, not the forehead lore. Or do they think of it as the butthole because they are controlling, they think of it as taking other people's third eye through their butt? He fucked his mom?
Blood. She wasn't ordinarily human. Before the flood, humans were a lot much bigger. So for a pre-flood son to get his own Titaness mother pregnant, it produced Semiramis, and this is why Semiramis was regarded as a goddess across Sumer, Akkad, Babylonia, and all that. Her son was named Namarsin of Akkad, who later became known as Hammurabi, the fifth king of the Amorite dynasty of Babylon. This is why you see depictions of him as huge. He's big. But the whole Genesis story is based on real colloquials from the second millennium BC. And when Genesis says that Ham saw his father's nakedness, Christians have often interpreted that wrong, thinking that Noah was sexually violated and what happened was homosexual. It's not. Because in the book of Numbers and Leviticus, one of those books, Numbers and Leviticus, under Levitical law, it literally says he is to be put to death who sees his father's nakedness because he's not supposed to violate his father's wife.
Great insight, dude. That's fantastic. Thank you for that. That's fantastic.
His father's wife, which is his mother, dude. What? I'm so glad I never saw my father's nakedness. Yeah.
Acknowledge. Thank you for that. Outstanding. Okay, here we have the Levant. A lot of people don't know where that is, and that's where it is. That's the Levant. Egypt there on the left, the Arabian Peninsula, Mesopotamia, Anatolia. This is all surrounding. And the reason why it's so important is because you have so many powerful nations that all
yeah, so first he fucked his mom, or fucked his dad, but actually he just fucked his mom. History a motherfucker.
mix right here. This is where they're all joining with the Mediterranean and all the commerce and mercantilism that's going on at that time, and the busyness and the development of the populations. I mean, this is the center of action, and that's why you're seeing so many battles, or we see so many battles going on in this area, and to this day it's still in upheaval, and it's because it's such a critical portion there, right there in the West, and the development of the West and the Near East. Okay, and then...
Yeah, I do put a lot of it on the mom, too. What the fuck?
And obviously, this is the cities that I was showing you earlier. This is the Phoenicians, and there you can see better the Baalbek city I mentioned earlier, and Sidon and Tyre, and the Mediterranean. Okay, out from Esau would come the Edomites, and from Eliphaz, Esau's son, Amalek, the Edomites originated around 1300 BC and formed a kingdom by the 9th century BC and began declining with Assyrian and Babylonian conquests during the 8th to 6th centuries BC. These families assimilated all around the Levant, and some migrated away from war and the city-state and into the Caucasus Mountains between 1700 and 1000 BC. This allowed them to practice and develop their black magic arts far from organized society while building their numbers and intensifying their Satanism. That comes out of that document from Preston James that I mentioned at the beginning of this here. In this time period, they ritualistically continued a blood relationship to Lucifer and became the germ seed that birthed Khazaria when the Silk Road trade routes opened starting in 200 BC and continuing through 0 BC. It was these disgruntled, angry, barbaric descendants of Ham, Esau, and Amalek that forged the satanic lineage that would become the Khazarian mafia. Here are the genealogies. And then here we see out of Shem, we have Esau down there with the Edomites. And then here's Amalek coming out of the concubine Timnah and Eliphaz, the son of Esau. And the 12 tribes of Israel are shown there. This is the hatred. Just divide that one on the right down in half. And the chiefs of Edom and the tribes of Israel were in war all through the Old Testament that you read about. So this is the lineage, the genealogy of these people that we're mentioning constantly in this dialogue. The Amalekite nation is from the bloodline of Esau. Esau's son Eliphaz and his concubine Timnah, a Canaanite from Eden, were the parents of Amalek. Amalek founded the Amalekites, drinkers of blood. Timnah was a Horite from Eden, a Canaanite sex mistress of Eliphaz. This made Amalek an illegitimate, outcast bastard child by Hebrew tradition, and this consternating identity set the tone for his life. And that ties into what you said, Jay, that he was cursed. This guy was cursed. And then here we have Ham, and this is the heritage of the Canaanites. And here you see the Hittites, the Jebusites, the Amorites, the Hivites. Anybody who's reading the Bible knows these names. And this just shows the genealogy, that there is actual logic behind these psychopathic people and how they congealed to form a group to control the world. And then here is evidence of DNA, shows that migrants from there in the bottom, shows that migrants from the distant Caucasus Mountains combined with the indigenous population to forge the unique Canaanite culture that dominated the area between, this is the Caucasus Mountains, between Egypt and Mesopotamia during the Bronze Ages. It's covering up the slide things, covering up the words, but from approximately 3500 BC to 1200 BC. And this links the Canaanites with the Caucasus Mountains, which became the home of the Khazarians. So we're linking here through DNA, the Canaanites to the, and that's where you can find it right there at that link, the Canaanites to this Khazarian group that's forming up there between the Caspian and Black Seas. The Amalekites were described in the Old Testament as Israel's relentless enemies who harassed the Israelites during the Exodus. As descendants of Esau's grandson Amalek, they were commanded to be annihilated by God, with Israel's king Saul initially failing to completely carry out the order. I bet that's what you were referring to earlier, Jay.
That's what I was talking to,
Yep. Resulting in God's rejection of his kingship. Interestingly, the Book of Mormon also features a group called the Amalekites, describing them as particularly wicked individuals who became part of a violent religious order. Not to give any credits to Mormonism, but to just simply show it's not just in Christianity where you're seeing the development of the Amalekites.
Right.
They were renowned sorcerers and used witchcraft and blood sacrifice to drive their sick way of life. They were known to shapeshift and take forms of animals to escape capture. This notion may come out of their vast knowledge of the plant kingdom and how to use psychedelic plant substances to overcome an enemy. And as you mentioned earlier, Jay, the sneak attack, what I have found with these...
What, like acid? Like shit like that?
Guys, is that they weren't full on into the full frontal thing. They were into deception, sneak attack, and utilizing knowledge and mind like Sun Tzu to defeat an enemy rather than just your full frontal up front, fighting with swords against each other. Use the mind to coerce and deceive them. And to me, that really harkened towards what would become the CIA, in that the CIA and the MIC use mind control to control the populations and to keep them...
Like, dude, that honestly makes sense. Isn't acid just from ergot or whatever? Isn't that like old LSD? You think they were fucking with that shit back then? I bet acid is just like the next step from that. This makes so much sense, bro.
Pacified. And so, in my opinion, this mind control and this controlling major populations all comes out of this hallucinogenic work that the Amalekites were doing in the mountains, the Caucasus Mountains.
They're Sith Lords, dude.
Honing their skill of Satanism. Okay, the Amalekites used plant hallucinogens, plant spell casting, mind control, sneak attack, and coercion to overcome their adversaries, much like we see today in the CIA and MIC activities. Invisible, clandestine, cunning moves to carry out an invisible agenda. Secrecy is how the satanic Amalekites operated, and they formed their secrets into the Khazarian mafia and eventually the free agencies that monitor and control the world: CIA, MI6, Illuminati, Freemasons. Mind control, blood currency, and Satanism today harkens all the way back to the mind control work of the Amalekites perfected in the Caucasus Mountains from 1600 BC to sometime between 1000 and 1200 AD when they were run out by Russia. And again, that concept comes out of Preston James and Mike Harris is where this quote comes from. And this is straight from that article that I linked at the beginning of this talk, because at 100 to 800 AD, an incredibly evil society emerges in Khazaria. Khazarians develop into a nation ruled by an evil king who had ancient Babylonian black arts, occult oligarchs serving as his court. During this time, Khazarians became known to surrounding countries as thieves, murderers, road bandits, and for assuming the identity of those travelers they murdered as a normal occupational practice and way of life. And for folks that don't know about this, this is Khazaria, and what I want to show you are the trade routes here. Let me superimpose so you can see it a little bit better. Now, these are the trade routes that are coming out of the east that are moving in, and what I want you to notice is they're up in Khazaria, up here at the top where Khazaria is between the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea. You see the trade routes that are running right along the border. There you see in the lower portion where it says Harmazika. That is right at the base of the Caucasus Mountains, and you can notice then that they can take all this merchandise that they've been taking from the people that are traveling on this road and take it right down into the Roman Empire there at the Mediterranean Sea with the Phoenicians for trade.
They're in the middle. They're in the middle of the Silk Road between China and Rome.
Yeah. Yeah. They're in other words, they're in the perfect position to be able to attack these traders. So what they did, and if you guys don't know the story, what was happening is you would have mercantile, very fine silks and spices that are coming out of China. And these dear families have to make their way a 1-year journey across the world, basically, to and through Khazaria and all the way to the west, because the people who are buying that stuff are the royals, the Phoenicians, the people that are running the show. They're the ones who are buying these fine items from the Khazarians, who are stealing it from them as they travel the Silk Road. And so these Khazarians, what they would do is they would sneak attack
They always been thieves, bro. Go figure.
These families that are on the road, they would overwhelm them and they would take them up into the mountains where they would torture them and adrenalize them and steal all that they're carrying and take on the identities of them. And the way they took on their identities was they would drug them with plant medicines and get them into an altered state. And over a period of 1 or 2 days, they would find out everything about their trade, where they came from, their family, how they did it, and then who were they going to be meeting in the West to sell these items. And then the Khazarians would take on those identities, wear their clothes, learn their children and lineage, and go and meet the people that they were going to meet in the West for the trade. And to me, this is the direct connection between what's going on in the Caucasus Mountains and Khazaria with the Phoenicians who are running the trade there in the Mediterranean. And this directly connects them in money and power and knowledge that the both of them were building all during this time between 100 AD and 1200 AD. And it completely makes sense because they are getting all of this money from the items that they're stealing from the Chinese people that are coming out from China on the Silk Road. And so this logically puts money, power, and connection between the Phoenicians and the Khazarians right around that time when they were interacting to make all this money and build their power. And then when Russia comes in somewhere between 900 and 1200 AD and runs out the Khazarians, they have already established all their relationships in the West over 1,000 years, marauding these traders that are coming through. And they basically, when Russia said, we're going to nail it, we're going to destroy you, they're just like, no problem. They just get up and leave and infiltrate all these Western cities that they have infiltrated over the years through this trade system that they have established via the Silk Roads. And so that is my theory here, that they were using these trade routes.
Let me interject and add to that then.
Please.
So we can't ignore that one of the oldest, most well-established, prestigious, richest, and cultural, and a great cultural asset to Italy is the city of Venice. You're familiar with Venice?
Yeah.
The name Venice, going back 3,000 years, is absolutely no different than the same name that the Phoenicians gave themselves. The people of Venice. It is phonetically identical.
Yes.
So Venice comes from Phoenicia. Venice was the city of purple. The Phoenicians were the people who sold the purple. The purple was a special dye that was derived from a Mediterranean mollusk. They used that dye to create like royal fabrics, bolts of fabrics. So this was one of the main things the Phoenicians were known for. You could get purple cloth from the Phoenicians, but I don't think you've seen this video, but I have a video I did with Martin Leakey and another one with Max Egan where we show actual photographs of the entire Great Wall of China. And the Great Wall of China was measured out in Roman measurements, 16 Roman feet wide. Every tower is a Roman mile. And we showed that the Great Wall of China wasn't a wall. The crenellations are sometimes on one side and sometimes on the other side, and they were for areas that were known for banditry. They weren't. These walls weren't designed to keep the Mongols out. That's false bullshit narrative that's been put out there. The Chinese didn't build the wall to keep the Mongols out. The wall was built at that elevation because there was a tremendous amount of traffic, merchandise. Max Egan took the theory of Martin Leakey and I to a whole nother level and showed underneath the Pacific Ocean on the coast of China at the end of the Great Wall were hundreds of wharfs, whole ancient stone quays where ships would dock. It was the Amazon of the ancient world. And what they were doing was moving, and we have a lot to support this. All the Roman coins and Roman artifacts that have been found in ancient China, the very fact that the Chinese themselves said that the Great Wall was built around 100 BC, which is the exact same time the Romans were in the area. Well, this wall also went into the Caucasus, and this is what most people don't realize. No one talks about the Great Wall of the Caucasus. It is identical to the Great Wall of, I've even shown it on maps on my channel, the Great Wall of the Caucasus. It is what you're talking about. It is the ancient trade route that was occupied by these people and run all the way through. The Chinese were used on the wall, but it's not even really a wall. It's a road. Yeah. And the road has all these fortifications every Roman mile, and it would have been very easy for local Chinese with backpacks and rickshaws to go from tower to tower, and then they only go so far. They drop all their merchandise and all their products, and other Chinamen pick them up, and then they go on down the road, and these go back home, and merchandise would have been going back and forth. And under this method, it would have taken.
Never thought about that. It's just a road?
Less than 2 weeks for anybody in Rome to put an order in, and merchandise steadily coming in would have filled Roman warehouses. It literally was the Amazon of the ancient world. And what you're doing is adding more information to what we've already had. You're actually showing us where the main centers of distribution and operation were happening at this time.
That is fantastic. I had never heard of the Caucasus Wall. That is crazy, man. I want to definitely check that out.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's a massive wall. It's identical to the Great Wall of China.
That's fantastic. I'm going to look forward to that. Thank you for that. Thank you very much for that. Okay, let's see. What I'm also going to be doing here, this is showing you basically in 200 AD, the spread, and there's the Roman Empire taking over. We see all that. And then here's 700 AD. And you can see the Khazars right there. You can see right there on the right, like we've been showing you. And this is where they actually are in real history that your professor may tell you. He may actually know about that Khazarian area right there, obviously, because that's the accepted history. So this is aligning to the theory very nicely. And then as we see, an ultimatum is delivered to Russia. I'm going to go back here one sec. The ultimatum is delivered via Russia. Jay, do you know if that was in like 900 or was it more like 1200 when Russia threatened them that, hey, we're going to come in and destroy you if you don't change and stop doing what you're doing?
It was in the 700s AD when they gave them an ultimatum to pick a religion because the Ottoman Turks were moving in, the Islam was moving in, Judaism was kind of neutral because they controlled the trade routes, and then the Europeans were all Christian, and you already know that Russia was Christian. So yeah, the Russians came in and gave them an ultimatum, and that's why there's been so much animosity between those of Khazarian stock and Russian stock. This is why the Bolsheviks went in and totally butchered 22 million to 60 million white Russian Christians. It was payback for centuries and centuries of contention between Russia and Khazaria.
Exactly. And that's, well, I won't get into that. That's too political. Okay, let's go here. The leaders of this in 800 AD, and you're claiming 700 AD. Fine. The leaders of this.
No, I'm not 700s. It wouldn't have been 700. I'm thinking 750s, 760s.
Gotcha. Right on. The leaders of the surrounding nations of Khazaria, especially Russia, have had so many years of complaints by their citizens that as a group, they deliver an ultimatum to the Khazarian king. They send a communique that he must choose one of 3 Abrahamic religions for his people and make it his official state religion and require all Khazarian citizens to practice it and socialize all Khazarian children to practice that faith. The Khazarian king was given a choice between Islam, Christianity, and Judaism. The Khazarian king chose Judaism and promised to stay within the requirements laid out by the surrounding confederacy of nations led by the Russian Tsar. And obviously we know he didn't do that. Despite his agreement and promise, the Khazarian king and his inner circle of oligarchs kept practicing ancient Babylonian black magic under the guise of being Ashkenazi Jews, also known as secret Satanism. This Satanism involved occult ceremonies featuring child sacrifice after bleeding them out, drinking their blood, and eating their flesh. This is the face ripoffs, where they tear the face off the child, drink their blood, adrenalize them, all that stuff. This is what
you talking about Frazzle Drip?
They're practicing daily there. The deep, dark secret of the occult ceremonies was that they were all based
Fire Star Lord should be #1. Gone too soon.
on ancient Baal worship from the Canaanites, and that is actually, if y'all have been watching this the whole time, that makes complete sense.
Who worships balls, dude? They're the weirdest part. These guys are so fucking... Everything is inverted, right, guys?
In order to fool the Confederacy of Nations led by Russia that they were watching Khazaria, the Khazarian king melded these Luciferian black magic practices with Judaism and created a secret satanic hybrid religion known as Babylonian Talmudism. This was made the national religion of Khazaria and nurtured the same evil that Khazaria was known for before. And here we go. What is the Babylonian Talmud? The Babylonian Talmud, compiled between the 3rd and 6th centuries AD in the Jewish academies of Babylonia, modern-day Iraq, is a central text of rabbinic Judaism, serving as a comprehensive record of Jewish law, ethics, philosophy, and folklore. Emerging from the oral traditions of the Mishnah, 200 AD, it consists of the Gemara, extensive rabbinic discussions and commentaries on the Mishnah. The Talmud addresses a wide range of topics from ritual practices to civil law and reflects the intellectual and spiritual life of Babylonian Jewry under Persian and early Islamic rule. It became authoritative for Jewish communities worldwide, particularly Ashkenazi Jews, shaping religious practice, legal reasoning, and cultural identity, and is distinguished from the shorter Jerusalem Talmud compiled in Palestine. Ultimately, it is a highly racist Zionism. Their philosophy is superior race theory, misogyny, exclusive God, Lucifer, blood sacrifice, religious tribalism, and absolute beliefs. Their God is...
What is Saudi Arabia's ties to all this? Are they're like part of the Khazarian mafia, right? Are they one of these families? I heard that they actually, this is their thing too. Right?
Lucifer, a being of evil, power, authority, and sacrifice. What is the DNA lineage of Ashkenazi Jews? Modern genetic...
Hold on.
Yep.
I just got to interrupt you because you're very good at your presentation, but I'm you know what? At the risk of pissing people off, I'm just going to say it. I've read many commentaries on the Talmud. I have gone through the material. I have extensive notes on it. I've never put them on YouTube. I still don't quite know what I'm going to do with them, but I'm going to tell you one thing that you left out. Of this deal, and maybe you did it because maybe a little out of self-preservation, but I really don't have that, so I'm just going to put it out there. That text also promotes pedophilia.
Okay, not surprising. Yeah, not surprising at all.
The Bible does too, right? Because I don't know. Like, is all... Never mind.
Okay. Thank you for that, Jason. Appreciate that additive. Thank you. What is the DNA lineage of Ashkenazi Jews? Modern genetic research supports a mixed origin from Ashkenazi Jews. Studies of mitochondrial DNA and Y chromosome markers indicate that Ashkenazi Jews descend from a small founding population founding population of Middle Eastern Jewish men who migrated to Europe and intermarried with local European women, particularly in the early medieval period of the 8th to 10th centuries. About 50 to 80% of Ashkenazi maternal lineages trace to European ancestry. A genetic bottleneck around 800 to 1000 CE suggests a small founding group that expanded rapidly in later centuries. How does that jive with what you know, man? Does that jive at all or no? In regards to the Ashkenazi lineage, I'm curious.
The Talmud is not the Torah, though, right? Do normal Jewish people read the Talmud or the Torah? Is the Torah like that?
Let me read this out loud. So modern genetic research supports a mixed origin for Ashkenazi Jews. Agreed. Studies of mitochondrial DNA, that's through the female, and Y chromosome markers indicate that Ashkenazi Jews descend from a small founding population of Middle Eastern Jewish men who migrated to Europe and intermarried with local European women. I'm gonna have to agree to that. My issue is a lot of modern researchers, I don't know if they're hired to do this and they're trying to muddle the waters, but I have actually butted heads with some guys about who are trying to promote that all the intrigues, everything that is negative in Jewish culture and all that is Ashkenazi. But all the other Jews aren't guilty of all that. And I'm going to tell you now, I've read Cicero. I've read the Roman reports where they were having...
So the Talmud is like Zionism, Judaism. Is that what it is? Normal Jewish people follow the Torah. Only Orthodox are Torah only?
Real serious problems with these people. Look, the Romans destroyed Jerusalem not once, but twice. They didn't just attack it and destroy it. They salted the fields and sold the population off into the slave markets of the Mediterranean. You don't do the Rome didn't do that with hardly anybody else except the Phoenicians, who were a threat.
So if Lucifer is the mimic behind all religions, then who actually created us? Was it Lucifer or the demiurge or are all those just forms and archetypes used to create opposition? I know, right? What is it?
at Carthage, you know what I mean? But all the Roman wars, Rome had wars against everybody. They didn't sell the population off as slaves in the slave markets, but they did Jerusalem twice. In AD 70 and AD 134, Bar Kokhba rebellion. So what I'm saying is I'm agreeing with this. This seems to be far more historically accurate than a lot of things that are being put out in the field now, such as Ashkenazis are the bad Jews, all the other Jews are good. So I'm not, that's being promoted a lot in the field. I'm not saying all Jews are bad. They're not. I have friends that are Jewish. They even laugh at some of my videos and all that. They totally agree. But you know what? It's we're talking about the upper echelons of the elite who are basically running things. Many of them are Jewish. I mean, you don't.
Well, and it's like the Freemason, like the normal Jewish people. It's like what we are like. Normal Christians don't know that they're fucking worshiping a lizard god. They're literally worshiping Satan, you know? Neither do normal Jewish people. They all are. But the top ones, the 33-degree, rabbis and the 33-degree priests, they know what's fucking going on.
Don't have things like the ADL. You don't fund things like the Anti-Defamation League unless you're doing some wrong, because it's an intelligence organization that does nothing but smear campaigns against people who are exposing them. So
yeah, exactly, Black Death. I do also think that this Israel-Palestine stuff is to demonize Judaism because these Zionists are actually Nazis. Yeah, that's the hill I keep dying on. And the opposition that I face to it makes me think that we're right.
It's all anyway. Yeah, I see this as I don't see any inaccuracy here.
The Torah is just the Old Testament. Oh, okay, so it's literally the Bible.
Blatant inaccuracies. Yeah, I just don't want to lead people astray, man. I want to make sure I'm as accurate as possible. Okay, sadly, the Khazarians continued their evil ways, robbing and murdering those from surrounding countries who traveled through or near Khazaria. Khazarian robbers often assumed merchant travelers' identities, like I mentioned earlier, after they murdered them and became masters of disguise and false identities, a practice they have.
Yeah, the Bible that we know has been created and given to us by the Khazarians. It's been manipulated and intercepted and inverted, exactly.
Continued even to this very day, modeled, meaning the CIA, modeled from the Amalekites, the original shapeshifters. They use identity theft to take over identities of traveling trades families, like I mentioned, and establish trade relations with the Phoenician merchants and royalty in Rome and the surrounding Mediterranean seaports. I cannot read that under, and then it's under black from the under maritime laws. There it is. I can see it. Maritime laws. Okay, around 965 to 1200, tell me if this is right, Jay. The Russians led a group of nations surrounding Khazaria and invaded in order to stop the Khazarian crimes against their people, which include kidnapping of their young children and infants for their blood sacrifice ceremonies to Baal. The Khazarian king and his inner court,
I mean, they're kind of still doing it, right?
Of criminals and murderers come to be known as the Khazarian Mafia by neighboring countries. The Khazarian leaders had a well-developed spy network all through Russian intelligence, and they obtained prior warning of the invasion and escaped from Khazaria to European nations in the west, taking their vast fortune with them in gold and silver, and established a system to usurp the bloodlines of the West, which they carried out all through the Dark Ages until they formally organized forces into the Illuminati. So what I'm trying to convey here is that there was a moment in time when they were driven out, and then they moved into the West and spent hundreds of years interbreeding with the Western royalty families, replacing the kings, taking over the nations. That's basically what I'm trying to show here, and to show that began the taking over of the West somewhere between 12 and 1300 AD, when they began to formally take over the West, Spain, France, Germany, all these established countries. Is that about correct in your view?
Okay. I don't want to get too technical. So you're asking me about 965 through 1200. Okay, the Russians were called the Rus at the time. It was RUS. They were called the Rus.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the main problems the Rus were having was Constantinople. Was Byzantine. As a matter of fact, the Rus invaded Constantinople. They attacked Constantinople at least twice in the historical record. Now, I don't know. I don't know of any historical sources that talk about what these guys are saying about these accusations against the Khaganate here about Khazaria at that time, because I'm very familiar that after the Khazarians converted to Judaism, these were accusations leveled by many European countries against Khazaria. But you're asking me if those accusations pre-existed the conversion to Judaism. I don't know. I don't know that.
Interesting. Brilliant. Okay, interesting. Thank you. Okay. Just as the Phoenicians assimilated into the West, so also the Khazarians assimilated into Spain, Italy, France, Germany from the Middle Ages to the 18th century. And this is basically here you see this map, 1300 AD, and look, the Khazarians are gone. See on the map, they're gone now. And you have the Golden Horde, as the Mongols have moved in. And so all the Khazarians have left that area between the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea, and they've gone into Hungary, Bohemia, Germany, France, Spain, because...
Dude, do you see how it all just started in here, right? And it's just slowly spread over the last few hundred years to taking over all this, taking over fucking America, taking over Australia, New Zealand, Japan, China, Russia. It's all just spreading out from around here. And now they've almost got the entire fucking world.
This is all along the coasts of the Mediterranean. They have an established network through the Phoenicians that they have been interacting with for hundreds of years with trade in this area. So it would be like if you're a businessman and you're handling a certain portion of the United States, so you establish all these relationships with the Eastern Board, let's say, and you got all these families and people that you know and companies that you're working with. Well, if you ever relocate your family to the East Coast, most likely you're going to have a relationship established there from the business that you've been in. And I've taken that same concept and just basically say, hey, look, the Amalekites, the Khazarians, had to have been selling all of this merchandise to somebody. I mean, they're taking it from all of these traders that are crossing the Silk Road. It's got to go be sold somewhere. It's going somewhere. And so, in my opinion, it just makes perfect sense that when Russia ran them out, they just go smoothly right into all their relationships that they have filled the West with.
Yeah, time is their strong suit, dude. They have time. That's why this is a literal multi-generation, multi-age plan, dude.
Makes sense to me.
So I want to address this scenario here, because I think there's something being left out here, and you may want to include this in future presentations.
Yes, sir.
It's in Gaul, the Franks spoke a German dialect that later became known as French. Most people don't know this, but the original French were Germans. Now, the Germans have their own language. So the Burgundians would have their own dialect of the German language. You would have the Corsicans in the Spanish, the kingdoms of Aragon and Castile of Spain. The English have their own language. All these different languages through Europe, but there was one unifying chord that went through all of Europe, even into Russia at the time. And this is where Khazaria got its true power. This unifying deal was Yiddish, because it doesn't matter what country in Europe that the ghetto is established, that the Jewish neighborhood is established. There were always Jews in communities that spoke every other language in Europe. These people had networked so good. This is where your tax assessors, your money lenders, your book binderies, they were all Jewish, and they had this international communication down pat. And the Jewish communication network was far superior to anybody else's because Europe was also all divided. It was all divided between different provinces and different kingdoms and different types of governments. But through it all, Jewish merchants, Jewish
Ooh, you think the G in the Freemason shit stands for generation? Yeah.
Traders, Jewish bookbinders, because back then it was before the printing press, and bookbinding was a huge business, and they could set up shop, and kings and princes and dukes and earls and barons, they would pay them to stay just to repair the old libraries into newer libraries. Bookmaking was a huge deal back then, and the Jews had it sewed up. So what I'm saying is one of the greatest powers that helped infiltrate all the courts of Europe was the fact that Jews are an international community. They are a people without a country. So therefore, they had Jewish communities in every country, and they learned really quick. If you learn the language of the land, it's going to give us all kinds of advantages over, because everybody had to work through interpreters.
Yeah.
But
yeah, wait, was he just calling a Jewish neighborhood a ghetto?
Jews had it down. This is something that they learned back in the Middle East, and they brought it into Europe and Asia. And when they did, this is one of the reasons why the Jews took over the international banking cartels. They did it. What they did was genius.
Beelzebub.
But it was because they had an intelligence network already set up that was transcontinental. And they had their own language by which they could send messages, do all kinds. They had Yiddish. They had their own. It was like a variant of Hebrew, Babylonian, Slavic, Turkic. Yiddish is a mixture of all that. But it was their own language, and they used that and to their advantage. And this is why they have become as powerful as they are today. They infiltrated every single government.
Gotcha. That makes so much sense. That really helps me connect some dots. When you said the Jews really don't have a country, and so they're just spread out. I mean, that's genius, of course. Yeah, that makes complete sense. And so they would have their influence in all of these different places simply because they didn't have the place of their own. Amazing detail. Thank you for that. And this just basically shows the Khazarian infiltration moving in. No big deal. You guys can understand that. And then here is another little timeline. This is after the one I showed you before. So this is one about 475 to 1913. And what I want to do now, and finishing up, this is the last portion of the talk. What I want to do now is name events chronologically in how these Ashkenazi Jews and the Khazarians moved into the system. And I'm going to use modern events that have happened in time to show their influence and how they really are in control of the United States. And it's going to make it really clear. Okay. Through blood communion with Lucifer, hellbent societies learned and honed mind-destroying techniques to disempower humanity. History, science, medicine, religion, and therefore the human race were all twisted to the will and destiny of Lucifer and his devotees. The Khazarian mafia used their vast fortune to enter into a new system of Phoenician banking based on secret Phoenician black magic, money magic that they claim to have learned from the evil.
Oh, ghetto does just mean occupied predominantly by one specific race. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's ghetto. Interesting. I didn't know that. You learn something new every day.
Spirits of Baal in return for their many child sacrifices to him. That was an interesting connection to black money or black magic, money magic, directly to Satan or Lucifer. With royalty becoming more and more corrupted every decade, now we'll start the timeline. By the 17th century, the KM hired Oliver Cromwell to murder King Charles I and make England safe for banking again. This began the English Civil Wars, which raged for nearly a decade, resulting in regicide of the royal family, that's inbreeding into them and removing their DNA purity of the royal family and hundreds of the genuine English nobility. This is how the city of London was set up as the banking capital of Europe and launched the beginning of the British Empire. This is why the Queen of England...
Absolutely. London by the controllers isn't even called London. Anytime when they're in communication with each other, they just call it the city, because it's a captured operation, and everybody knows when they're talking about, hey, I'll meet you at the city, or 300 of us are going to be convening next month at the city. They already know you're talking about London. London is a captured operation, doesn't even belong to the English people anymore.
Right. Yes, exactly. Outstanding. Okay, this is why the Queen of England, King Charles, and the entire Royal English Court is not blood authentic nobility, nor any of the Western royal bloodlines.
None of them are. None of the English royal family right now have anything to do with noble blood. You're right.
That's it. They are not authentic royal bloodlines. They are Khazarian infiltrated satanic bloodlines.
Yo!
In the 17th century, the KM murder the British royals and substitute their own fakes. In the 18th century, they murder the French royals. Right before World War I, they murder Austrian Archduke Ferdinand to start World War I. In 1917, they assembled...
This all literally makes everything make way more sense. I literally remember learning about World War I and being like, this makes no sense. This whole war was started over killing some goofus.
The KM army, the Bolsheviks, and infiltrate and hijack Russia, murder the Tsar and his family in cold blood. They bayonet his favorite daughter through the chest. That was directly in front of him. He saw his own daughter bayoneted, and steal all the Russian gold, silver, and art treasuries. Right before World War II, they murder the Austrian and German royals. They then rid of the Chinese royals and disempower the Japanese ruler. In AD 1776, here's the timeline. Illuminati organized in Bavaria, Adam Weishaupt, German, and take over entire British aristocracy by 1800. In AD 1783, Revolutionary War won by America was Khazarian's first attempt at U.S. takeover. In 1800 to 1820, KM noticed China will only accept silver for spice payments and is thus bankrupting Europe of precious metals. So in 1820 to 1830, the KM noticed potential of Turkish opium addiction, and echoing ways of their ancestors, they addict China with Turkish opium illegally imported via the East India Company.
And look at them addicting everyone to this day. I wonder who runs these pharmaceutical companies, you know? They legalized drugs, guys, and then they force-fed them to us. Crazy.
Which is black nobility. They only allow silver payments, which in turn bankrupt China of the precious metals they had earned from fair spice trade earlier. In 1839 to 42 and 56 to 60, 2 opium wars. And China lose both to England, which lead to internal rebellion and the fall of the Qing dynasty in 1912. In 1914, they murder Austrian Archduke Ferdinand to start World War I, and in 1929, orchestrate the stock market scam to bankrupt Americans of their money, take it for themselves, and initiate the need for war. And what I wanted, people, did you want to say something, Jay? You good?
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay.
I'm reading the list.
Right on. And what I wanted to do is just so the tragedy of what this one right here, the Turkish opium, and they addict China. Look at what happened to China in the treaties. They actually legalized opium, the very substance that all these dear Chinese people have become addicted to through this psyop. They legalize it so they can bring in even more to further destroy the country. And China is forced to sign those documents. I mean, imagine how humiliating it is. And if you go through what they had to do in these concessions, it is absolutely tragic what they did. They are ruthless people. For people to get an idea just how ruthless this society is, they are here to destroy humanity. Okay.
Hey, there's a, I don't know if it's valid anymore, but I do remember reading about, even though it's already been returned back.
Yeah, they're going to try and do this when they rug pull Bitcoin. This is about trying to return to Babylon, or return to the rule of a god king. Peter Thiel. Yay! Or is it Baron? Do you guys think it's going to be Baron? Oh, Arch Ferdinand Duke was the last heir of the Habsburg Empire. He's Paul's great-great-great-great-grandpa.
To China.
Baron is the Antichrist. Yeah, right? So he's the God King. That's what they would call the God King.
As far as control, there's an old treaty that specifically says that Hong Kong was going to remain under British control till the year 2045. But
yes,
that was the treaty till 2045. But then I know that they didn't they relinquish Hong Kong back before that though?
They did.
Yeah, they made a big deal about it. But I remember the treaty because I had signed.
Look, CIA Project MK Ultra mind control started by enemy of the show Alan Dulles, Illuminati.
In my Chronicon when I found it, I couldn't believe it because that year was
I've never heard that late of a year. Did you say 2045?
Yeah, the original treaty over Hong Kong named.
Yeah, and look, he goes Khazarian Nazi member. So they're all Khazarian Nazis. We bet on them. The Nazis are the Khazarians, right? And they're not actually Jewish. They're a bunch of fakes. They're Satanists.
Name the year.
That's literally what we've been saying, right?
2045 is when Hong Kong will be fully back under.
Hey, you guys are killing me calling it antiseptic.
For the control of China again. But that was a long time ago. That was a long time ago when that treaty was done. But I think they gave Hong Kong back like 20 years ago or something. They didn't wait. They didn't wait to the terms of the treaty.
Yeah, no. It was early, man, because I know that happened. It was way before that date. I mean, that's way in the future. That's wild. Did not know that. Thank you for that.
Oh, you would be surprised how many treaties mention the year 2040, 2041, 2044, and 2045.
Interesting. I'll look into that for sure. Okay, finally, AD 1939, World War II is funded by the Khazarian Mafia, both sides. Most people know that. In 1941, first television commercial airs putting mind control in every home. This is now going to be the work of the beginning of the CIA. In 1945, Project Paperclip brings all the Nazi human experiment scientists to America. I cover that in my 3 Khazarian Mafia videos after the first 2. So starting with 3A to 3B and 3C on Rumble, I cover this extensively. This whole Project Paperclip, moving in the Nazis, starting NASA as a propagandist.
We got to finish that
organization and so on and so forth. In 1948, Khazarian Nazi member Alan Dulles of the Illuminati is made first CIA director. CIA director ensures no Khazarian investigations are allowed. Obviously, that's why they started the CIA, to cover what they're doing and to destroy people. And in 1953, the CIA...
Let's fucking go, dude.
Project MK Ultra mind control started by Dulles. And that's also what I go through in my KM videos on Rumble. In 1958, NASA founded by Khazarian Mafia agent and Nazi propagandist Werner von Braun as a propagandist platform to ill-inform, stupefy, and mind control the potentials of an American public who are in many involuntary MK Ultra projects like television, church revival, religious narrative control, moon fakery, drug addiction, music, Hollywood, control of outer space, and its narratives. Go ahead.
I would like to add to that.
Please.
The MK Ultra project involving NASA involved thousands of NASA employees who all believed that we were actually sending men to the moon when we weren't. And it wasn't just mind control over the public. It was also over the employees themselves. Even the astronauts were fully trained to go. They went through 2.5 years of training. They went through all the rigors. They went through the physical exercises. They went through the balloons up their butts. They went through everything, only to be told at the last minute that they're going on a ship way out here in the Atlantic, because they got to make it look like they're coming out that capsule when they pull that capsule out of the water. And that's why the very first interview with those astronauts, they looked pissed.
Didn't they?
They looked pissed. They were not.
Dude, it looks like someone just told them their dog died. Like they're all just down.
Yeah.
Down, staring at the ground.
They were pissed because these guys were patriotic. They were patriotic. They thought they trained. They went through real training. They went through real simulations. They really thought they were about to go. And at the last minute, the wool got pulled their eyes and says, "Hey, man, this is all bullshit. We're just trying to show that we're better than the Russians. We are not going to the moon. We can't even get past the radon belt." This is every monkey, every dog, and every mouse we sent through the radon belt fried.
Yeah.
You guys ain't going nowhere. You're going out here on this ship, and you're going to act like you came out of this capsule.
Yeah,
they were pissed.
Yeah.
They were mad.
The Van Allen radiation belts. Yeah, they throw a bit of a curveball into space travel, that's for sure.
Yeah, the Russians already knew we weren't going to space. They knew it was all psyop, because they'd already fried every animal. Even Yuri Gagarin, who he never went to space, but he went to real high altitude. Even Yuri Gagarin suffered radiation sickness.
Yeah,
he went a little too high.
Yeah, intriguing, absolutely fascination. Okay, by 1963, JFK murdered by CIA under Bush Senior Illuminati. The JFK was the last president. JFK was the last president voted in by the people until 45, until Trump. In 1965 to 75, CIA attempts to use psychedelics, LSD.
Oh no, Chuck! Chuck thinks Trump's real? I knew there was a catch. Chuck thinks Trump's real? Chucky boy, come on. You think everything's fake until Trump? Chuckaroni, brother bear, what the fuck?
And psilocybin and mescaline to destroy the fabric of society and youth, and I cover all that in my Khazarian Mafia series. In 1978, CIA controls all drugs imported and exported to and from America, sustains...
No, not Rip, it's okay, we can fix him,
USA cocaine addiction and endless wars to fill private prisons with prisoners and continue to fund the MIC with usury and drug addiction. And then I added that 1980, the CIA uses Christianity to leverage Rothschild Israeli interests to incubate endless war philosophy and tee up.
I saw a vid where someone asked Kai Cenat if he saw that 50 Cent made a documentary about him. Dude, I mean, it's true. He literally is a clone or the son of Diddy. There's no way around it. Dude, all of the people that he has on his stream are literally Diddy white party people, like Drewski, fucking LeBron, all these C-listers, Kevin Hart, who else, dude? There's so many. Marlon Wayans. Don't even get me fucking started on Ray J. I mean, bro, come on. How are you going to try and beat the Diddy allegations? He's got his own white party operation going on. Dude, for the most part, I don't be seeing no females around Kai. Those guys be doing... It's a lot of boy time. They love boy time. They also love doing touchy boy time, which... I don't know. I mean, do you, but like, what do you got going on there? The Diddy allegations, you got to be careful with that. I mean, bro, you literally are Diddy. You look exactly like Diddy. You're not going to even play into it, how funny it is? Whatever, bro.
Religious manifest destiny. In 2001, U.S. Marines move into Afghanistan to control the poppy fields for illicit drug import for CIA to fund the MIC, and that's to basically addict the Americans. In 2001, the 9/11...
I mean, he says, does he like Trump, or does he just think that America was successfully brainwashed into enough people voting for him? JFK murdered by CIA under Bush Sr. Illuminati. JFK was the last president voted in by the people until Trump. I mean, people who say that kind of stuff, who are like, the people spoke. I mean, it doesn't matter. Whatever. We can fix him. I think he's a genuine truth seeker. I don't know why he's getting goofed on this, though. Yep, everything's a psyop except for Trump. Trump's natural. Zionist. He just went the normal path of television host to president of the United States twice. And forever, actually.
Zionist operation carried out in New York to sign away American rights with the Patriot Act and arrest resistors with Homeland Security. Homeland Security was developed to cover crimes.
Bro, every time I order Chinese, I always ask them to cook it extra crispy and give me extra sauce. Because I love that crunchy chicken. Oh, crunch it up.
Of illicit drugs in the homeland, secure child trafficking, and violate personal sovereignty rights. It was not done to help people. It wasn't done to keep people safe.
Trump is totally CIA mob. He's the mafia. Dude, and also, I've had this theory. I think the Vanderpump shit is also mob. I think that they're using those restaurants to launder money, in my opinion. Anybody else? Anybody else think that? Let me know.
It didn't have anything to do with any of that. A lot of people don't know that. But Homeland Security is not for your security. I think is this the last slide? Yeah, this is the last slide. And then I'm done. In AD 2003, Iraqi war instigated with fake W&D reports, which we all know about, generated by the Khazarian Mafia, the CIA. The CIA is basically the military arm of the Khazarian Mafia, in my opinion, and delivered to Americans by 33-degree Freemason George Bush, a black nobility member, New World Order instigator, and Babylonian Zionist. That's him right there under the yellow arrow. In 2008, the Large Hadron Collider is started in Europe to open portals to evil energies and is successful. In 2008, also Muslim Brotherhood, Freemason, and Kenyan native Barack Obama is elected president of the USA to head up the first 8 years of the 16-year plan to destroy America. And then finally, in 2016, voters outplay the Khazarian corrupt voting system and elect Trump as first non-Khazarian mafia president since JFK. Do you think, Jay, that Trump is Khazarian in this Khazarian league, or do you think that he's not in that league? Just curious.
I have no knowledge of him actually having like Khazarian blood or even Jewish blood, but it doesn't even matter. If you're going to set up if you're going to actually set up as part of your political platform that it's very important to you that you went to Jerusalem to kiss the wall, that your daughter married into an elite Jewish family and even joined a Jewish cult. I mean, if it's that important to you to where these are a part of your identity and who you are, and you're really, really pushing a strong Christian narrative because it taps into the conservative power base of America, it doesn't matter what his bloodline is. He's sold out. He's 100% really using American ideology against Americans, but he's really promoting the interests of a whole different culture. And yeah, we have many American Jews. But Jews have always been anti-assimilationists. They will always put themselves before they put Americans. They will always put themselves first before they put Americans. This is how they've always been. This is where they are. It might be a byproduct of how they have been raised over the last thousands of years as being outsiders without a country and always being the outsider everywhere they were. I don't know. I'm not trying to provide them just.
1 second, guys. It is freaking 9:08, and it's almost 9:11. So I'm just wondering, do you know where your children are at the freaking Cosmic Ripple? Oh my goodness, take a look at this one. Holy freaking shit. Wait, did you not get it up yet? Is this most recent? Am I confused? Take a look at this. Oh no, this is it. Yeah, duh. Harmonic engine. Ooh. Look at that. Fluoride in the tip, boys. Crystal clear pyramidizal. Harmonic engine, orgonite pyramid, fluorite, tensor coils, tourmaline, rhodonite, amazonite, and shungite, chakra alignment, and aura stabilizing. Doobity! Wow, look at the rainbow! Beautiful! Wow, incredible. Dude, that is pretty, right? Beauteous. Yo, what the hell? Am I in a fun house? Gosh damn. Shelf not included, hand not included. The harmonic engine is a crystal-encoded chamber of balance, protection, and alignment, but with precision and suspended in clarity. It radiates vibrational harmony while anchoring you to your highest timeline. Each layer is a node in a symphony of light, spinning, protection, and purpose through sacred geometry. Let's go, boys. All right, thank you for your freaking support. This is your 1 minute warning to get your bongers loaded. We are gonna listen to an RK's freaking song. Is it 9/11 yet, boys? Come on, we got to keep thinking about it, otherwise we'll forget. Never forget, 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 never forget. Come on, boys. Never forget, never forget, never forget, never forget, never forget, never forget. 9/11! Let's freaking go. Happy 9/11, boys. Celebrate. Puff, puff, puff. Smoke, smoke, smoke. Smoke just like the World Trade Center 1, 2, and 7.
I can keep this smoke out of my... Time is not real and I know it. When I hear my internal start glowing, gotta take control of my emotions. I ain't letting these demons provoke me. My past trauma try to choke me. Shadow work I had to notice.
Never forget.
If you get on my boat, better row it. I'm Aquarius, Pisces, Cusp. I don't operate out of lust. I operate out of love. I'm a side straight from above. Enough is enough. This world needs to wake up. I think I've been abducted, but I'm back right now. I'm gonna lead my brothers and sisters. I'm the black sheep. I'm the chosen one, but you are too. Time to wake you out of your sleep. Third eye open. Yeah, our consciousness is deep. You gotta watch what you sow, cause everything you'll reap. When I walk in the room, everyone
As I spark this blizzy, I vow to never forget. Bitch.
You might find me as projected. Life is but a dream. Gotta take everything with a grain of salt. Don't be so quick to believe.
I can't get the smoke out of my lungs. Woke music. I know, right? Never forget. Never forget. Never forget, boys. Paul, bring the blasting caps. We have a job for you. Yeah, Paul. What do you know about Saudi Arabia? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, Mr. Bonesaw. Don't come after me. Don't hurt me, Mr. Bonesaw. Please don't. All right, boys, we've made it all this far. We might as well finish it, right? Then we can watch some frickin' minutes of Horry before we go to sleepy. And maybe a John O'Neilly. I mean, a John Levi.
I just know now that all my sports industries, all my sport institutions, I know all my sports teams, I know that all the cable channels, I know that all the MGM movie studios, I know all the movie Hollywood directors. You know where I'm going with this. All the banks. I mean, if they're all owned by the same culture of people, even all the magazines, newspapers, and publishing companies, if they're all owned by the same people, then I'm done considering them as a minority. I'm done considering them as being victims. I'm done listening to people cry about how these people have been so victimized when they're the richest people in the world and they control everything. And Trump 100% does what they tell him to. So yeah, I don't even care what his bloodline is.
Oh, archaics don't fuck with Trump. Let's see what Chucky says.
He's absolutely for
Trump's gonna be, right, Chuck? Come on, Chuck. There's no way he's like a Trump fucker, right? He can't think he's real. Hopefully, maybe I'm just reading it wrong. I hope that. Maybe I'm reading it wrong.
I don't believe Trump is for America at all.
Okay, and so you feel that right now what's happening is we're not.
Fuck you, Zane. I'm a nobody. I'm a nobody follower. My question is, how does Cat Dad descend into being a Trumpy in the future? What the fuck? Zane.
Moving towards a higher state or higher vibration, you feel like we're kind of on a downturn, a lower vibration, and we're actually going to continue to be captured. There's not going to be any liberation, and basically society.
Okay, that's a good question. It's a good question, but one does not negate the other. I believe there's an awakening, and I believe that souls are coming together. We're a family of souls. We're growing out of this darkness, but I do not believe that the world is ever going to be utopian. I can find nothing in the historical record that ever shows me there was a golden age. There was an actual Eden, a paradise. There was a time when everything, all I ever see is what you showed in this whole presentation, that the entire history of the world has been one psyop after another. It's always been nefarious. It's always been dark, and we've always been participants. I'm only 52 years old, but it doesn't mean I haven't been here 52 times.
Yeah.
You follow me? I believe that we all have a modicum of God within us. But like you said in your video, in the God eaters, man, we're dealing with an absolutely spiritual vacuous entity that is in control of this world. This is their world. This is what they signed up for. And I believe that they come back with the same participants.
Excuse me. Did you hear that? Chuck is Cat Dad after coming out of the cave in the show Dark. I mean, I do love Trump. I love Trump for what he is, you know. He's our best central casting Freemason. I enjoy him, at least. He makes it fun. He's making it all collapse way faster than it would with like a Kamala Harris. Ugh, can you imagine? At least this is silly. Although he's not been as silly as he should be. It worries me, honestly. He could be way sillier. And I feel like it's because he's scared, and that makes me sad for our fearless president.
They're never going anywhere else. They signed up for this. This is their construct. This is their world. They chose that demon out of a burning bush. So they've got to live by all those Levitical, all 615 of those laws. That's theirs. Now they've created more laws on the side for justifications for themselves. But as far as the true spiritual beings that are experiencing all this, yeah, we're just passing through. You're just passing through. We all have a message, and we all resonate with different people's messages. But in the end, I'm always going to promote what I feel is true, and that is I'm moored to source, and I don't care about none of this evil shit that's going on around me. I just don't engage. I like to talk to people like you. I like to talk to people in my chat. I pull people out of my chat onto the channel with me frequently on my channel. We just do late night lives, and you know what? This is a shared experience, and there are souls, a family of souls waking up. It is a revelatory period right now. It is an apocalypse. It's an unveiling. But no, I do not see any evidence that the world is ever going to wake up. I just see a lot of evidence that many of us in the world are waking up together, which kind of tells me that our time here is growing short. I don't think this world wants people that are awake. I think it spits them out into a whole nother construct.
What? No. That's some doomer shit, Archaics. What the fuck? No, we're taking this shit back. Fuck you,
Outstanding.
dude.
Interesting. Love that perspective. Yeah, love that perspective. Very, very.
Yeah, I think that Trump is just like He's just one of the actors, I guess. Yeah, he is a mobster though. But yeah, he's one of the best central casting. Who's better? Who's more fun? I don't know. He's a blast, dude. Sleepy Joe, worst.
Very interesting. I wanted to ask you, and I've wanted to ask you for a long time now, this question. Can you help me understand, not without going into a whole 25 minutes of explanation, but can you give me a basic understanding of what was going on with the orphanages and all the children that we saw or that we see in the pictures on?
Man, you're not gonna like my answer to that.
Well, no. I will. I appreciate your opinion, dude. It doesn't matter if I agree or not. I appreciate what you have to say.
I did 2 videos on the 1800s to deal with all this Tartaria narrative.
Okay.
And in those videos,
does he not fuck with Tartaria?
I showed actual pictures of inside of manufacturing districts and factories to educate people. Most people don't have a clue just how technologically advanced we were in the 1800s and what we were building and what was common knowledge. I show newspaper clippings and everything. I said, guys, this ain't Tartaria stuff. We were doing this. These are foundries. We were building these buildings and these ships. There's no mystery here. Now,
who was building up the kids?
No. I'm just talking about the general technology of this Tartarian narrative, talking about we couldn't have done all this in the 1800s. And
so he doesn't even buy that. I think that it was yeah, I don't know who built them, but they were all definitely fucking here way before. He thinks that Americans came here and built shit? Come on, Archaics. What are you talking about? Everybody gets goofed up on some part of it. I mean, it is a minefield slogging through this shit.
And
I feel like we have pretty good smeldars. We can sense lidars. I feel like we're weeding our way through this shit pretty decently. We're pretty grounded. Nothing that we believe is really that crazy, given our crazy world that we live in. Honestly, they're kind of proving to us that our crazy ideas honestly aren't that crazy. I mean, look at what they're doing right now. They're just getting caught now. You think that this isn't what they've been doing? They just had better control of it a long time ago. Right?
Differ. So when it comes to
they built the Empire State Building in 11 months. Jason, grow up.
Orphanages. Here's another aspect of it's a historical misunderstanding. And what I mean is that today a family may have a son and daughter. They may have 3 kids. Some families have 5 or 6 kids. But if you look in the newspapers of the time, don't go with this modern socialist reinterpretation of historical data. The newspapers of the time that I was quoting in those videos about the 1800s, the average white female in the 1870s had 9 children. There was no contraceptives. There was nothing.
Okay, but who was in the incubators? What are you talking about?
So I showed the government statistics that, man, women, Caucasian women, were having children out. You wouldn't believe, from the 1100s all the way to the early 20th century. Caucasian women were having 9, 10, 11 children. There are women on record who had 17 and 18 kids in their lifetime. So this all stopped around World War I. It's all stopped, but this is the way it was for a long time. And man, and a family would keep 3 or 4 kids, but then they would
wait. Filming? Do you not? Do you think Americans built these buildings? Is that what you're saying?
export them. And there was all kinds of companies that existed in the 1800s that would find a job and an orphanage and a home for any kids that you weren't able to afford at home, because it wasn't American policy to not have kids. Manifest Destiny, we were trying to fill up all this Louisiana Purchase area with cities and all that, and we were building cities. And yes, child labor in the 1800s was a thing. It was a thing. But
Archaics knows a lot about like Bible history and like McGraw-Hill history, kind of. But he doesn't really want to read between the lines a little bit on this shit.
There's no mystery here.
I feel I would bet, like, at this point, I feel like I'd bet my life that all these fucking buildings were here for the most part, before 1776. Tell me I'm wrong. Definitely before the 1800s. None of these shits were built in a year.
Okay,
Kids
so it's not
kids weren't
conspiratorial.
born in cabbage patches. They
Okay.
weren't born in cabbage patches. But when you've got 90,000 people in a community, and 22,000 of them are females that are cranking out children every single year, it's a massive population explosion. Is what we enjoyed in the 17 and 1800s here in the United States and in Europe.
Dude, these cities that have like magnificent buildings and shit all had like 4,000 people.
So when we see those original photos, and there's only like 70 of them, when we see those original photos of orphan trains or orphanages or factories with a bunch of kids, there's only about 70 legitimate photographs from the period that show these. A bunch of the stuff you're seeing on YouTube that shows all this narrative is AI. It's AI photographs, AI. Yeah, even the Civil War. There's only 18 original photos from the Civil War, and that the U.S. government has on its website, and they all come from the same greenhouse where they were found, and they're damaged, and none of them show battles or wars. They're just Civil War pictures. So this is one thing that I scrutinize on my channel. There's a lot of misinformation in the field. You've got people on YouTube that are throwing shit out there. These are not legitimate photographs. These narratives are falsified. They're BS. People just aren't looking at the microfiche or looking at what were the newspapers saying at the time. You'll blow your mind to read a newspaper from the 1860s. If you were to go through newspapers of the 1860s, it will blow your mind the amount of cities they were all building all over the United States, all the industry that was going on, what the true populations of the cities were. Don't go by that shit on the internet. I have been telling people since day one, almost everything.
Zane said, I have an itch. This guy is worried about the white birth rate. Oh no.
Internet is bullshit. I don't even.
Can't anyone be normal?
Use the internet. You already know my research is sourced back from the original books and reports. The internet is toxic. Yeah. In 1990, when they made that switch from ARPANET to internet, it was with the idea of controlling information, not sharing it.
Yeah, absolutely. That's great insight. Thank you, friend. I appreciate that very much. That's the end of my presentation. So I've thrown out there hopefully some stuff that folks can follow up on and can check out for themselves. But it's much more of if folks are new here, I mean, it's much more diabolical than people realize. The world is much more diabolical than people realize. And so it's helpful to have, conversation starters like this and being able to just start taking apart. And one of the things I love about talking to you is that you basically know about everything. And so it's really nice to help put things together.
That's not true at all.
No, it's true. You know a lot though, Jay. I mean, seriously, you've done the work, man. And you deserve the credit because you've done the work. You've read the books, you've done the research, you've done the blood, sweat, and tears to find this stuff out. And so it's fantastic, man. I love having a conversation with you. It's great. And I love having my work seen by you and you're critiquing it. That's fantastic. That's how I grow. So thank you very much.
The main takeaway here is just remember in your future presentations, I'm telling you, a lot of things will click for you once you make that association that the Judeo-Christian interpretation is that Noah was sexually assaulted by one of his sons. But if you just go by the text, you will find out in Levitical law that to see your father's nakedness actually means to sleep with your father's wife, your own mother. And this is where we get the whole Nimrod, Semiramis, the mother and child deal. This is where all that ancient Babylonian mythology comes from, because that story was famous.
It's amazing. That's really amazing. It reminds me a bit of the Oedipus complex, where the son murders his dad to marry his mother. It sounds like that complex, and that was common in the Greek mythology, which has been interesting as I've uncovered some of that. But absolutely fascinating stuff, man. I really
probably the same
this.
fucking
this
stories.
It has been fun, but my bladder says otherwise.
Right
because you and I started talking an hour before this show, and I had already slammed 2 cups of coffee.
And you were chugging the coffee. That's exactly right. And I'm like, wow, that guy's got to go pee.
Now it's time for me to go.
Right on, man. Thank you so much for the invitation, Jason. I've really thoroughly enjoyed this. Thank you for the opportunity.
Hey, check it out. You really do. I'm telling you, you're gonna like what you see. You really need to pop into our new social media, Archaics Underground. You got 7 days free.
All right, that was dope. Thanks for sharing, Peppa. We'll watch the other part sometime too soon. But what, you want to watch some minutes of horror? You want to watch some minutes of horror, you little whiners? Where? I'm just playing. course, we're going to watch minutes of horror. Let's see. Disturbing videos of the internet. On the internet, YouTube deleted. Oh, brother.
Give a warning, this video does include a deleted video from my other channel, Seconds of Horror. Last week it was up for about 2 days and YouTube deleted the video. But there are new clips added to this video, like this video right here from Ryan Tieford.
Hi, I'm Rod Shaw, president of the Rockefeller Foundation. I'm here today with Jimmy Donaldson.
Whoa, Jimmy Donaldson. He's hanging out with the Rockefellers? Yuck.
Better known as Mr. Beast. How's it going? And we are together.
He means Mr. Beans, not, I don't know what he said, but it wasn't Mr. Beans, which is his name.
The Rockefeller Foundation and Mr. Beast launching a great new partnership together. Yes, we're going to try to inspire the youth all around the world, change lots of lives. Lots of big projects coming up. We'll tell you more about it in the future, but I'm honored to be working with the Rockefeller Foundation, and let's change the world.
You're telling me out of all the hand gestures you could have thrown up for this picture, this
Anti-Masonry was a big part of early Mormonism pre-Civil War. But Joseph Smith, he was a fucking super Freemason. His whole family were. And they based the whole religion basically on Freemasonry. Oh wait, but I guess the Mormon Church did say, wasn't there a rule that the Mormons couldn't be Freemasons? Or did Mormons not allow, or did Freemasons not allow Mormons to become Freemasons? But really, but it's probably because they'd be like, hey, this is just our religion. Did our prophet just base this whole religion on Freemasonry?
This was the best one. Mr. Beast and the Rockefeller Foundation partnering is suspicious to me. The same Rockefeller Foundation that's tied to global banking systems, pandemic plannings, world governance meetings, and all of the charity.
Yeah, we're going to change lots of lives is very open-ended, Mr. Beans.
That comes with strings attached. Why does the world's most family-friendly influencer need to partner with one of the oldest global power structures in history? Why does a man who could raise millions overnight on YouTube need to partner with the Rockefeller? Well, actually, he doesn't. So the question then becomes, what do they need from him? Maybe influence, reach, align to the next generation?
Bro, it's all part of the program. The Rockefellers, the CIA, Jimmy Donaldson, born in Frankfurt, Germany. What's up with that?
For me, this is where it gets suspicious. When I see elite institutions partner with digital creators, it seems less about charity and more about shaping the culture, steering the minds, controlling the narrative. I'm not saying that this is a part of end times. However, I am saying it's definitely something that'll make you raise your eyebrows. Jesus said, take heed that no man deceives you. And this right here is the type of partnership that makes me keep my eyes open.
There has always been something so shady about Mr. Beast, and when you add the Rockefeller family on top of it, it just sounds like a recipe for disaster. Him throwing up the hand signs definitely shows his allegiance.
There's a theory. Yeah, I thought that they were all kind of Masons. Yeah, the whole Mormon temple ceremonies are based off of Freemason ceremonies. He joined Freemason. No, dude, in what is the fucking book? No one knows my father's name or whatever the fuck. That book about Joseph Smith. I'm pretty sure he was his whole family were super Freemasons. And they were occult wizards.
That public schools aren't just taking pictures of students, they're feeding a much bigger system that nobody's talking about. Every single year, schools bring in these random...
Yeah, the Mormon beehive symbol is another Freemason symbol, right?
Third-party companies to take high-definition photos of millions of kids. And when you really stop to think about it, it's kind of strange. Most parents don't question it. We sign a form, send our kid in a clean shirt and everything twice. But if you actually look into who owns some of these companies, that's where people online start freaking out. Because when you follow the money, you don't end up at a small photography studio. You end up at a massive data firm, corporations with investments in facial recognition, AI training, and digital identity systems. And suddenly parents online are like, why does a data company want a perfectly lit, perfectly framed, high-resolution photo of my 7-year-old? Here's where the theory gets unsettling. These companies don't just take the photo, they store it, they process it, some even claim legal ownership of every image they capture. And when parents ask them to delete it, a few have literally said no, because that picture is now part of their system. So people are asking, is this really about school pictures, or are schools quietly helping build the next generation of facial data sets, starting with our children? I'm not saying it's true, but with how fast digital surveillance is growing, it's not as far-fetched as you think. Stay weird.
I found this video from Beyond Weird to be pretty mind-blowing because today we're constantly talking about facial recognition, facial scanning, data collecting, and so forth. But what if these school photos were always a part of that AI system?
Oh, you're just saying it's redundant to be a Freemason and a Mormon. Yeah, they're the same thing, essentially.
Now, you may be saying that these yearbook photos go back to the 1950s, if not before then, but two things. I've always believed that AI is a lot older than what they're telling us, or it could have started as something innocent, but now today it's an easy way for them to collect more data and scan faces, especially with BlackRock and Vanguard being behind a lot of these photo companies. Am I the only one to this day that finds how Barack Obama's chef, Tafari Campbell, and how he passed away to be very mysterious and strange, and quickly swept under the rug? In July of 2023, Tafari Campbell goes out to Martha's Vineyard, where Barack Obama has a residence. That night, he
what the fuck?
Goes paddleboarding in Edgartown Great Pond in Martha's Vineyard. He falls over his paddleboard. He goes missing. Come to find out, he drowned. The only problem is Edgartown Great Pond is only 2 to 4 feet deep. He could have stood up. Reports say that he went into the water, appeared to briefly struggle to stay on the surface, and then submerged and did not resurface. Not only is Tafari Campbell a professional swimmer, but again, Edgartown Great Pond is only 2 to 4 feet deep. Quickly swept under the rug that he just had an accident, and that was that. That video was actually from me. It was an older video I found on my phone today, but still, the question still remains, what happened to Tafari Campbell? I feel like whatever happened to him was quickly swept under the rug and we'll never get any real answers, and we just have to take the words of investigators and police.
No, Texas has some crazy sightings.
What the
Weird
frick?
animals.
Not
weird
again.
cryptids. But take a look at this dash cam footage. Did they capture a rake or some sort of humanoid being running across the road? Or is this AI? Some people swear it's not. Some swear it is. It has the internet divided. Take a look at this footage. I have slowed it down. And tell me what you think. Is this real or is this fake? And if it's real, what is this thing? Comment below.
Quiet night out here. Whoa! What the? Did you see that? Hold on.
It ran across.
Someone's just blinked. What is that thing?
It's gone. It's in the trees.
Quiet night out here. Whoa! Quiet night out here. Whoa! What the? Did you see that? Hold on.
It ran across.
Someone's just blinked. What is that thing?
It's gone. It's in the trees.
That video came from the paranormal chick, and in the day and age of AI, it's hard to say what's real and what's fake, but more and more people are capturing this pale looking entity on camera. And not just that, this is the exact same thing that man in North Carolina saw that hopped in his truck when he called 911, and it was confirmed that was a true and real story. Matter of fact, that video and other videos reminds me of this very eerie story right here, still taking place in Texas.
We got a story about a year ago that was really creepy, and this took place in East Texas. And this fella liked to hunt hogs. Hunting's kind of expensive, so he wanted to get him a nice thermal scope. You know, we're talking about a good one, or about $5-6 grand to put on his AR-10. So he goes out there in this real thick piney wood forest. He puts his back against a tree and sits down on the ground, and there's glass in this area with that thermal scope. Well, he sits there for about an hour and a half, and no hogs. So he's like, well, maybe I should move. So he's like, okay. He gets up, he moves about 150 yards away from where he was previously sitting, sits down, puts his back to the tree again. Now he's glassing in the opposite direction, looking for stuff. Well, about that time, he sees the heat signature of something moving. And he's like, oh, yeah, pigs are coming in. This is going to be it. He gets ready. Well, he starts watching this thing. And at first, he thought it was a bear. But then he said the more he watched it, it wasn't a bear. He said it looked like a naked human. Like a naked human being. And he said this thing was crawling on all fours, and it crawled directly to where the tree he was just sitting at. And he said this thing is getting its face up to the bark, and it's examining, and it's transfixed on where he was just sitting. And he's watching all this, and it looks like a white signature through his thermal scope. He said this thing sits down, and it puts its hands between its legs, and it's like squatting. And he says it looks directly in his direction. Oh, no. And he's like, oh, no, I think it can see me. And he said it looks up like a wolf is going to howl, but he says it says, help. I need help. And he said it's in a woman's voice. And he said a few seconds later, it says again, I'm injured. I need help. Is there someone that can help me? And he's like, man, I don't know. He takes his AR off safety and he shoots around over its head. He doesn't want to shoot it just in case it's a person. He said it doesn't move. He said it breaks to the left and starts running. And he's trying to follow it, but there's all these trees and brush noise, so he's losing it. He says he touches off another round. Pow! It's still moving. But where it's moving is the opposite direction of where his truck is. So he's like, I'm not messing around. He said he ran to his truck, and he ran faster than he's probably ever ran. He got in his truck, and he's like, I don't know what that was.
Never used a scope again.
Never didn't.
See, that would be
always
one.
like, where did it go?
Where is he?
That would be one I wouldn't go. I don't know if I'd hunt.
I get chill bumps every time. I just got it every time.
There is a cryptid called the Rake, and I strongly believe a lot of these cryptids are indeed real. And again, I always go back to the so-called powers that be know that as well.
The CIA is slowly letting these little creations out of the lab now.
They're being seen more and more, and they're probably being released from these deep underground military bases and so forth, these chimeras, and they're giving us this powerful form of AI to blur those lines of reality, to have that excuse of it's just AI.
On October 6th of 2022, a group of hunters known as the Hunting Public on YouTube were out in a remote area of Missouri, and they began to hear something disturbing in the distance. And while they couldn't see who it was, they could make out some of the words, and it disturbed them so much that they stopped what they were doing and began to record. And it started to paint a gruesome picture. Take a look.
I'm convinced the Freemason and Mormon thing with the beehive is that they see themselves as controlling us, the worker bees. That's what I think. And yeah, turning everyone into a hive mind. What is the military up to?
Chills all down my back. Yeah. I've never witnessed anybody screaming like that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the beehive with the hexagon cubes.
Something not good's going on.
At this point, they were trying to pinpoint an area so they could notify authorities. But what happens next is truly bizarre. Now, they safely made it out of the woods, but when the authorities arrived, they never found anything. And this footage is the only evidence that anything ever happened at all.
Yeah, it's because the authorities did it.
But let me know what you think.
Given the fact that it really sounds like the authorities really did not investigate anything, maybe these individuals stumbled upon one of the elite's hunting parties.
The only thing I hear about Airbnbs is how terrible they are and all the really freaky, creepy stuff that happens in them. So here's episode 2 of Nightmare Airbnbs, or Nightmare BnBs. I don't know. Anywho, this couple was staying in an Airbnb. They were flipping through the channels on their TV when they realized one of the channels is just a video of a toilet. They got really freaked out because they could tell that it's some sort of like hidden camera situation. And they figured they'd check to see if it was their toilet in their Airbnb. So the wife gets up, goes into the bathroom, steps towards the toilet, and it is indeed their toilet. Now, I know what I would do in a situation like this if I stumbled upon something like this and it was the toilet that I was supposed to use. I would leave and get my money back. Well, they decided to stay and try to find the camera in these vents. Hopefully they left after that.
This is the exact reason why I stay at hotels, even though hotels do give me a creepy feeling too. And who knows how many other Airbnbs are doing the exact same thing and have not been caught yet. Take a look at this video from Bobby Curtis Lee.
It's videos like this one that make me wonder how many times we've been recorded without our knowledge and consent.
Yeah, we've kind of been freaked out, man. Like, that little piece right there was just barely, I could barely see it. And I said, what the heck's that? And I popped that little tile and I pulled it down.
If you haven't seen the full video, it's about a couple with a young child who is staying at an Airbnb in Hocking Hills, Ohio. The husband goes to use the bathroom and sees something in the corner. When they pull the ceiling tile back, they discover a hidden camera in the ceiling. The wife says that she had earlier been in the bathroom completely unclothed, getting dressed to go into the hot tub. They call police and the Airbnb's owner is arrested shortly after. This is him. His name is Jason Yard, and it was later revealed that he had footage from dozens of different people, all guests in his Airbnb, and all totally unaware that they were being watched and recorded. And the footage that he had spanned over several years. Some of the victims were even children. It's just so scary to think that this could literally happen anywhere and to anyone, and you might not even suspect it. Jason was sentenced to serve up to 9 years in prison and will have to register as an offender upon his release, but the invasion of privacy this family dealt with is honestly
Yeah, they have assassins for sure, the Danites. And yeah, their army was fucking massive, dude. And then they went and did... Remember when they did the Mountains Meadow Massacre? Wasn't that awesome of them?
Traumatizing.
Do y'all remember when Mel Gibson was completely blacklisted by all of Hollywood? And is it possible it had something to do with the Vatican? Let's search this thing out a little bit deeper. So, Mel Gibson was blacklisted by Hollywood and put on shows like South Park to make fun of him.
You know it's not Minutes of Horror without some Minutes of Moon Henry.
So let's start by listening to just one statement out of his mouth and go from there.
That some of your worst nightmares weren't real. It does rip your life to pieces, if you'll let it.
What will destroy your life if you let it?
These little guys, these little heathens with no soul downstairs with horns on their head.
You hear that last statement, something underground, devils, heathens, all that stuff? Like underground, maybe they have soulless entities, demonic entities with horns? Just for entertainment. But when he said that, something very vivid came to mind.
Oh yeah, where in the world is Paul Wysopal? He's one of those fucking cryptids, bro. That one that was at the camera like this? That was Paul.
You remember when the chief exorcist...
Damn, we should have got a screenshot.
I can said that Satan was running around there, and it's also addressed by Pope Francis.
Headlines around the world recently when he said the devil was present in the Vatican.
Why would they say such...
I know, dude. Minutes of Moon Henry gives me the Lizzo vibes, too. Lizard Henry.
It's been said for quite some time now. There's a whole bunch of things under the Vatican and in the Vatican Library. That Vatican Library that nobody can go in except for certain people, having to know exactly what they want to look at. By the way, this is not creepy at all. They say it's Jesus, but what it looks like is kind of like Apollo coming from the abyss with all these demons. Many people have hard evidence of demonic things being under the Vatican.
So here in this room, they have a vase which has the image of a Medusa.
So Medusa actually goes quite a ways back, but obviously she has snake, you get it, serpent for hair. And she also turned people into stone. But turning people to stone, surely that's a myth, right? It has to be a myth. It's not like there's stone sculptures all around the world, especially the Vatican. They're so realistic. And could even show things like veils.
Medusa turned me to stone, right, boys?
On their head. I wonder if maybe the myths aren't myths, but actual fact. You know, we've also seen something very similar on the line, The Witch in the Wardrobe, haven't we? Where people were literally turned to stone. Maybe it's not as far-fetched as we may think. Maybe everything that's a myth is real. Because, of course, we know all the Greek gods were the Nephilim and were the fallen angels, right? Yeah, I don't know if someone sculpted that. Okay, it seems something might be treacherous under the Vatican. What about their theme park in Rome that had these demons on top? And Moloch. How about when they put this sculpture of Moloch right at the Colosseum? I'm sure you know what this god is for, right?
Oh, look at that. Looks like the Freemason symbol. Know what I'm saying? Interesting. Very interesting. Is that what the Freemason symbol is? It is, isn't it?
The same god as Baal, the old Canaanite god of the golden calf. You know, I checked this image right here, and it said it was not likely AI. This thing I can't tell you for certain, but some people are alleging that the Scream persona came from the Vatican. They did have artwork, not this, that was just the same though. So what was Mel Gibson so scared of? That said it could destroy a human.
Yeah, dude, they're the Strigoi from The Strain.
It was quite literally underground, soulless individuals with horns. I'm not sure.
That great video came from Moon Henry, and I would be very, very surprised if...
We love Moon Henry, boys.
...a demonic entity did not lurk under the Vatican. They have a telescope named after Lucifer. Certain scientists come from the Vatican and vice versa.
Hey, how does Walmart know what I'm buying in cash? I got an email from them this afternoon that says, hey, can you rate this product that you purchased recently? And I did purchase that product recently from Walmart. I bought it in cash. Right? I walked to the electronics section and bought a USB charging cable with cash and then walked out. And I know that the first, you've already started typing. It's the Walmart app on your phone, you moron. That is a fair assumption. I do not have the Walmart app on my phone. I've never had the Walmart app on my phone. And further, I did not have my phone with me on this trip. Here's how I know I didn't have my phone with me on this trip. I remember specifically talking to the employee in back of the electronics section and trying to explain specifically which USB connector I was looking for. And I couldn't explain it well. And so I tried to pull my phone out to show the gentleman what I was looking for, and I didn't have my phone on me. And so I had to continue my game of terrible charades and torture this poor guy until he finally was like, well, look, here's what we've got. And then I was able to find what I needed. But the point being, my phone was not on my person. I don't think I even had my headphones on my person. I didn't have any electronic devices on me. So how does Walmart know what I purchased in cash?
They be creeping.
We are definitely living in scary 1984 times. Matter of fact, he's not the only one. Walmart has faced multiple class action lawsuits violating privacy laws with surveillance cameras and using AI facial recognition databases. This is how they know who you are, what you're doing, whether you pay with cash or not. Welcome to the AI nanny state.
It was a nearly $40,000 investment with the promise of a new smile at a Ponte Vedra dental office. But something went terribly wrong during the dental implant surgery. And now this 44-year-old father is dead. His father has filed a complaint against the dentist with the Florida Department of Health and is calling for his license to be revoked. Our investigation has uncovered this isn't the...
Yeah, they must be doing some facial scanning and then tying it to... How the fuck... What did he get, an email?
First patient to die after being worked on by this dentist.
This is my son. This is my son today. This is my heart and my soul today.
Hey, this is what a grieving parent looks like. Fletcher's dad and Emily Parker's dad, Robbie Parker. You should watch videos like this.
Holding his son's ashes, Roy Estes still can't believe what happened. It was inside this office building in Ponte Vedra where his son, who he says had a heart of gold and dedicated his time to helping the elderly, went to have dental implants on October 10th.
They advertised an all-in-one. So he was going to have 23 teeth pulled and 10 implants.
What the fuck? I don't like that.
And then two full arches of teeth on top of the implants.
Amy Rowell says her fiancé, Roy Estes III, who was in pain from an infection, chose a dentist listed online simply as Dr. Franco with Florida Dental Implant Studio.
Dr. Franco had
I hate this.
Had good reviews on his website, and they were Google reviews, and he had like a 4.8 star, and there were 64 reviews on there, and all of them were amazing.
His website touts same-day smiles and includes this picture on the front page with actor Mark Wahlberg. The caption says the celebrity proudly endorses Dr. Franco. However, a representative for Wahlberg tells us he does not know this person and does not endorse him.
He was very overly caring, acted like he wanted to help him and get him out of pain as quick as possible.
Roy's treatment plan included a full-mouth dental implant restoration done in one day.
All the other places that we had talked to said that, it could be a couple weeks because they would need to fight the infection a little bit before they would do surgery, and also because he dipped and said that he needed to stop the nicotine for 5 to 7 days before surgery. This one didn't. They said that he was like, that was fine. And the same with the infection. He's like, no, the sooner we get the teeth out, the sooner you'll feel better and you'll have a new smile.
And how much was he going to charge for the surgery? Was it a lot less than the others?
He price matched to be the less of the three.
And how much was that?
$38,494.
Amy drove her fiancé to the appointment, but when she got to the office, she said something didn't feel right. What were the red flags when you took him to the Ponte Vedra office?
Looking around at the half-finished office was my first red flag, like walking in there and no chairs in the waiting room. The receptionist desk didn't have a countertop, I don't believe.
She snapped this picture of Roy at the dental office before she headed to work.
I'm kind of like looking around and questioning everything, but at that point, he's already getting doped up in the chair, and it's like my intuition was saying, okay, just put him over my shoulder and carry him out of there or something, but I'm okay. Well, he's a professional. And I even asked him, like, are you sure that you can handle, like, he's got sleep apnea, you're equipped for all this? And he just kept saying, yes, everything's going to be fine. He's in good hands. He's going to have a great smile. His infection's going to be gone.
Hours later, just after 12:30 in the afternoon, according to this report, a call came into St. Johns County Fire Rescue.
Fire Rescue. Hey, I got a call at 814 A1A North. Okay, caller. Hello? It's going to be Suite 102. Suite 102, thank you. Yeah. Hello, caller? Yeah. Okay, what's going on? Yeah, send the ambulance. Listen, they're on the way, okay? And your address is 814 A1A North? Yes. Okay, but listen, they're on the way. Suite 102, okay, but they're on the way for helping, okay?
1 o'clock is when Dr. Franco called me and said that Roy stopped breathing. He said that he pulled all his bottom teeth and got partial done with the top, and Roy started coming to some. So at that point is when he started to say something, and I was like, well, what was he saying? He's like, well, I couldn't really make it out, and like gurgling or something, and then he just took a couple breaths and stopped breathing.
My grandson calls me and says, Grandpa, are you sitting down? And he goes, Dad's dead. And from there,
Roy never made it home. His death certificate lists his place of death as the dental office. His manner and cause of death still pending.
This is definitely a nightmare story, and my heart goes out to the family, but just from listening to the story, I feel like there were so many red flags right down to the office itself.
Oh.
The wrong person working on your teeth, or you feel like this person just isn't right, no matter how many 5 stars they get, you should always listen to your gut, and somebody working on your teeth improperly can definitely lead to you passing away.
So my mom recently bought this old sewing machine. She got it for $50. This guy said he was getting rid of all of his wife's old belongings because she had passed away. Well, these things typically sell for hundreds of dollars. Well, anyway, since bringing it into her house, she's been having paranormal activity, like lights turning on, things falling off the shelves. Well, my nephew recently has been pointing at it and saying, monster, monster. So anyway, I got some ghost hunting equipment, and I'm about to do an investigation on the sewing machine.
If you were the wife of the man who sold this table,
Fuck off.
did you attach yourself to the table when he sold it? If so, ring the bell. Ring the bell if you attached yourself to this table because you like to sew. Do you like your sewing machine being in this house?
I meant it.
Oh.
Rose.
Your name's Rose?
Visit you.
What is this thing?
Do you visit us because you're attached to this table? Yes.
I do not know why people buy antiques. I always personally felt like energies attach themselves to items, and I stay far away from these antique places.
People in Alberta captured images of an object lighting up the night. Witnesses spotted this fireball high in the sky. It was seen from areas across the province and lasted between 10 to 20 seconds, heading from the northeast to the southwest, while some online sleuths have suggested it could be space debris on re-entry, but there has been no formal confirmation.
Am I the only one noticing that more and more of these quote-unquote fireballs are seen across the skies, and it seems like they really have no answers for it? But I have also been noticing across multiple social media platforms, people are talking about these very strange lights being seen in the skies. In a span of a week, these have been seen all across the country. Some want to suggest that they are spotlights, but others are not buying it because they have been doing some very bizarre things.
What the frickaroni, dude? Why can't they just be normal? What is Palantir up to? They gotta chill, bro.
It's gotta be a light, right?
What are these fucks up to?
That's the same light I saw. There's no reflection.
Este importante avistamiento se da en el marco de la gran oleada ovni que desde hace más de un mes se ha venido manifestando en los Estados Unidos.
This is weird. There it is. It just keeps like erratically moving. Tisha and Robbie saw it earlier as they were driving down the road. Not sure where it's coming from because it doesn't have like a point of origin. It's not like shooting downwards or anything. And it doesn't have like, oh, see, oh dang, ignore this light. Yeah, see, it's all the way over here now. Alright. If I get sucked into space, this is my declaration. Oh, and now it was all the way over here. Oh, man. No idea what that is. Oh, hold on. Oh, crap. It's right here. Oh, son of a bitch. Look at it. Just erratic. Like, wildly.
Yeah, it kind of looks like a light on a plane or something. like a cop light, you know, one that they shine around. That looks like, well, similar. Strange-ish lately.
So yeah, people all over the country are seeing these lights and they have no identifiable source. But outside of these lights, people
Wonder what they are
also seeing purple lights in the skies as well.
I'm outside right now in my backyard and look what I'm seeing in the sky. What is that? No, legit. What is that? Why is it turning purple to red? No. What is that? It went from look. It's about to be purple again. What? Yo. Somebody comment down below. What is that?
I'm driving on the freeway and I see this in the sky. Now, don't mind the lines right here. That's just my camera. But I caught this on the freeway. It's just sitting there. There's no other light reflecting whatever that is. And mind you, it's behind the clouds. It's so foggy. I don't know what that is. God bless America, man. This is in San Diego, California. San Diego, California, downtown. While everybody's sleeping and getting drunk, the orb is just sitting there. I've never seen nothing like that in my life.
The freak?
It's alien. But look, so you see how it starts to fade?
Yeah.
Look how it starts to fade, but you can still see it clear as day on my camera. Right.
You saw this in the suburbs of Chicago last year and you never got any answer, but it looked just like that video. What are they doing?
Oh, shoot. Oh, see, girl, pickers there. Go walk us out. And go put the pickles back. See, that's like the reflection of the principal.
What the fuck is DMIA? Iowa?
That's what I'm saying, but that is crazy because I was like, damn, that's a bus station over there, and I'm like, that's just a parking garage, and they ain't got no light emitting from it. No,
it probably is a bus station because you're on some good.
What is it though? Well, but I'm like, you don't see any light. You don't see any light emitting from where it would, you know? Like, right? Even if you zoom in.
You can't look at it because it'll go away.
No, I've been looking at it. Look.
You
can still see it. Yeah, it is linked to our consciousness. Dude, at this point.
Thank you so much for watching. If you like this channel and you want to see more, please subscribe.
Thanks,
if you're already
minutes.
subscribed, please like, as any engagement does help the channel grow. Once again, thank you so much for your support.
We love you, buddy. All right, boys. Let's watch a John Levi and then we'll go to bed. Oh, Des Moines, Iowa. Sometimes you just forget that Iowa exists, right? Same. All right, let's watch this. We'll call it a night, and we'll be back here tomorrow, boys.
Dun, dun.
10-1,
Thanks
BRB.
for being here. I love you all. God bless and welcome. I've talked about the sun and its flares, and I think it's an important topic. I mean, we're always looking at history so that we can understand the present, ultimately. What's going on here?
This is about the magnetic reset.
I don't believe we're flying through space.
Did you guys hear that? Excuse me. Jesus Christ. That wasn't me, though. It was the Booch. The Booch is in charge. Dude, one of these times, if I'm not careful, what if it's just projectile and I don't even know? And how gross would that be? It would be like the fucking Exorcist, bro.
At 1,000,000 miles an hour. I don't believe the Earth is spinning at 2.
All right, cut me off. No more Booch. BRB.
1,000, give or take, all ridiculous. But I have been following the solar cycles, getting a lot of my information from this site, and I can put aside my differences and explore their data. And here we can see a massive eruption of solar flares. It's been going on for days. This is showing May 8th, May 9th, May 10th, but it's just been ongoing. And we can see here, they say, are we experiencing a Carrington-class sunspot? And the Carrington event, we are told, happened in 1859. And I'm very suspect of the idea that they're measuring such things in this time period, the idea that they're doing anything substantial, based on the photographic evidence. But nevertheless, they tell us there was this huge event in 1859, and it lit up the sky like a light bulb, even at night. Again, insight into the truth of our cosmology. Lit up the dome, and we're told it knocked out the telegraph. That's what we would have had as the telegraph system. In 1859, sent surges of electricity through the lines, in my opinion, the inherited lines, in the old world. And I think their story and history in general is a half-truth. It's like all the old history is true to some extent, with a heavy skewing of the timeline, of course, seeming up to 1,000 years of distortion, but nonetheless half-truths, and we're told of this event in 1859. So this, to me, may be, in a half-truth way, the event that took out the old world. Now, I've discussed before, there have been several of these events, and it seems like this cycle of reset and repopulation is ongoing. Of course it would be. And we see evidence of flooding, and we see evidence of heat, fiery electrical discharges. And there's many ways this could be accomplished, both natural and unnatural. But in my opinion, this is the best culprit, the sun. Not millions of miles away, but very local. And same with the...
Is this why they would worship the sun if the sun did this shit? The sun wouldn't do this to us. Come on, sun, be chill.
These luminaries moving in on it, coincidentally squeezing it, increasing the magnetic field. Here it is. And it's such luminary events coinciding like this every 100 or 200 years. The reset is too massive to be pulled off by individuals. Yes, it is hastened after by controlling groups who must understand these cycles and prepare themselves for it. It would seem logical that the closer we get to one of these cycles, the people in control just kind of drop the ball. And we're in a drop the ball period right now. I mean, it just seems like they just don't give a damn. And maybe they know the gig's up, but I don't care, really. I mean, I don't blame those in such positions. It's just their experience. And we're all having our own experience. For the most part, I found that we are free to live our lives how we choose. The struggle is more internal, deviating from the norm and our conditioning. But I think we're free, and I think our true freedom first reveals itself when we stop blaming others. As long as we blame others, we give our power away. So right now, 5 CMEs, or coronal ejections, are heading for Earth. And they call it a cannibal because one will swallow up another one and merge into a massive beast. And again, I've been following this, I don't know, maybe for 30 years. Been a subject on Coast to Coast AM, the Art Bell Show originally. And even though the masses really still don't know anything about this, it's been on the table all this time. And it's understood that these essentially electrical discharges threaten the power grid and essentially all technology. There is the potential for such a shockwave believe that it creates a electromagnetic pulse and essentially cooks components of electronics, computers, and the grid, the transformers, all dealing with magnets and magnetic fields. And yesterday, my town lost power. At home, I didn't lose power because I'm off the grid. I have all solar. But I was at the laundromat, and just as I pulled my clothes out of the dryer, power went out, and I folded in the dark and was very grateful that the timing was perfect. I should get a washer and dryer one day. At least a washer. But nonetheless, this was normal to me. It was expected. When I worked at the hospital, I worked in the electrical department. And at 6 in the morning, I came in and said, we've had a massive X-flare. We might lose power. And he and the other coworker laughed. And within an hour, the power had shut down. Our backup generators kicked on. And thus far, everything has been okay. Little things like that. Just adding real-time proof that this is true. Again, I've told you in the past that I get headaches. And I'm not a big headache person. And there's just kind of this heavy energy. Also, the wind. The wind. I'm sure most of you have experienced the wind. By now it will have been last week, but it's been heavy. And there are electromagnetic forces at work here. This realm is an electromagnetic machine. We've looked at the work of David Lapointe and the
Oh, bro, when Bluebeam hits, you know I'm going live. For sure, bro. Honestly, we haven't really had a breaking, like a true breaking news, like we got a stream moment. I'm waiting for Paul's 9/11 2.0. 9/11 2.
Setting of his device. We've also discussed the work of Walter Russell and his free energy.
They better have the internet. How else are we going to tell everyone and get everyone scared if they don't have the internet?
Device, and even FPV Angel and their group have done a great job decoding what very few people are talking about, the true nature of this realm construct. So I think I'll pause and we'll look at something else.
When aliens come, we offer them Kathy Sanders.
Of course,
Amen,
I don't know
dude.
anything. I just want to stress that. But what about our history? I mean, where does it really come from? We have all the books that have...
Oh, the start of Bluebeam will be an Independence Day level attack, live broadcasted. Then they turn off the power, so everyone is afraid and believes the lights they project and the help they send. And dude, this is probably what all of the constant clouds are for, so we can't actually see it clearly. Maybe it's for these these fucking droners.
Survive. Many were rewritten, reproduced, and many are lost and rediscovered, such as the Book of Giants. A fascinating book. I was just thinking about the book, and then Glenn at Flatwater put out a great video on the Book of Giants, and I think it's very important, but it might be a little too removed for most, not myself. But here, Chris at Old World Exploration made a video titled Writing History, showcasing this man responsible for writing much of the Western North American history, Hubert Howe Bancroft. I kind of want to show you what they do. I mean, here we can see when we type in his full, long, stupid name, he shows up. But how about if we just typed in Bancroft? Surely this man who wrote North American history should pop up immediately, even if we just put in his last name. Let's delete the first part and search. Here we go. Now this is something that they do. I don't know how many times I've searched for something that should be very important,
And it's a show.
polluted with something else, something that has hijacked
Foo
what should be
Fighters.
very important. And here we go. Some TV show. We scroll, just garbage. Like, who is Bancroft? Let's see if they suggest them even. I don't know. Not quite his full name even suggested down here. So there we go. Now let's go back. Hubert Howe Bancroft. And as always, I suggest you watch Chris's video. It will be more in depth than what I share here. But old Hubert Ah, yes. Born in 1832. A fine mustache. And a very gentle yet distant gaze. Nice clean suit and head of hair. An American historian and ethnologist. Namesake of the Bancroft Library. University of California, Berkeley. He wrote and published and collected works concerning the western United States, Texas, California, Alaska, Mexico, Central America, and British Columbia. He's from Ohio. He was a clerk in his brother-in-law's bookstore in Buffalo, New York. One of his first jobs. Then he moves to California. I mean, really, to move to California in 1852 from Buffalo. How much money did you save at this bookstore? I mean, realistically, it should read he bought a horse and wagon, almost died. I mean, really, look at the Mormons. Or the Donner Party, for that matter. It's no joke getting from one side of the country to the other. It's hard to get out of your state in a car, let alone 6 or 7. So he moves to California. He was provided with an inventory of books to sell and was sent to the booming California city of San Francisco. So San Francisco begins in 1849. I mean, there's nothing there. If we read San Francisco history, it burns down 4 or 5 times. There's no city. There's no order yet. But no, he just moves and brings a bunch of books in inventory, so just complicating things. Brings these crusty books. I mean, what condition are they in by the time he makes it across the country? How many rainstorms, how much mud kicked up by the horses? Anyway, he just arrives to San Francisco, a brand new city, and we know better. We know it was there, but let's just suspend our knowledge. We're told he sets up a regional office, and now we're told it's his company. That's it. So somebody just gave him this, and now it's his successful company entering the world of publishing in the process. That's it. He's 20. He's 20. He's born in 1832. This is 1852. 20-year-old. He gets these books, sets up an office in San Francisco that is at its infancy. I mean, how did he get a building and now he has a printing press? He's publishing books? He became a serious collector of books, building a collection numbering in the tens of thousands. In 1868, he resigned from his business and abandoned everything to devote himself entirely to writing and publishing history. So this is already stupid. Why are you writing history? I mean, you should be documenting or researching and then publishing. But no, he's writing and publishing history. He may be responsible for his very own historical narrative, this stupid story. He developed a plan to publish a history in 39 volumes from the Pacific coast of North America, Central America to Alaska. He employed writers and wrote some of the material himself. I mean, come on. And he is a official primary source of history, and he's just outsourcing it. There we go. And actually, it makes perfect sense because we know the truth, or at least see the bigger picture. If you have an entire built-out city, such as San Francisco, again, there are hundreds of examples of buildings that are clearly older than 1849, and even more examples of photographs of buildings that have been torn down. And if you were inheriting a city, you will need to rewrite a history, and here is the man given credit. But I think it's even deeper. I don't even think this man exists. But yet we're being told, we're being given a distraction ploy technique here, being fed a man.
Yeah, we're gonna watch this Bill Cooper interview tomorrow. I loaded up this one. I was gonna try and get it in today, but we watched the rest of that Chuck Swindoll video. Was pretty awesome, so we just watched that. But we're gonna watch this tomorrow if you want to come hang out tomorrow.
and a mustache and impossible feats responsible for documenting our history. And the first inclination would be to blame this man and say he is full of it. But the truth is, this man doesn't exist, in my opinion. He is simply the figurehead. And none of this rewriting, in my opinion, would begin until the early 1900s. This is still too early to even be thinking about writing history. Everybody in this time period will have been busy with basic survival. There's no bookstore in San Francisco in 1852. This man is a fake. This is not a photograph from 1852, but more realistically as late as the 1930s. So let's look at one more thing.
Gong.
I am a YouTube
56
junkie.
likes,
It's pretty
let's
much
go,
all I
boys.
do.
Good
Just
job.
watch YouTube videos. Fortunately, I live in nature and will often just walk out the back door after an overdose of technology. Just walk out the back door with Chief and go on a hike at least 4 times a day. A dog reminds you of what is real. If you get overly mental, they will insist that you snap out of it. And I think I'll always have a dog. I always have since I was 14. I think it's a good feature. Something that becomes a part of you and you of it. If I didn't live off the grid by now, I would most certainly begin. I would probably do exactly what I did before. Just buy a cheap piece of land, move a camp trailer on it, and start building a house. You can avoid even getting a permit by building several small houses. In my county, you can build a 12 by 12 structure without a permit. It just makes me sick. I built my house for $15,000. My new one. You can still buy a piece of land for $10,000 somewhere around you or within 100 miles. And in my opinion, this is how it's meant to be. We're not supposed to be at the mercy of the economy or people making bad decisions. Henry David Thoreau used to look at the little buildings next to the train tracks, little utility buildings, and think how perfect, how he could live in one of those. And he eventually would for a couple years. He would build his own. And I've been living out here for 20 years. I don't think I'll fare that well if there was a reset. I think the key is to be underground. In my book, Off Grid, that I wrote in 2012 or 13, I talked about an underground house. How that's my dream house. And after doing this research, I realized that's the only type of house that you want. And I think that's how those in control today and their ancestors may have risen to power so quickly and been able to seize control of this unfortunate circumstance. And if I could somehow, I would take a little peek at the subway system in St. Petersburg and also Moscow. The subway system looks more like a palace. The most beautiful columns ever, often made of glass or a glass covering. And in my opinion, it is pretty
New York shit is a fucking goof.
Clear that people were living down here. This is not the type of decor necessary for a subway system, and many of these were recently unveiled, not even open to the public, and then suddenly they just open them. They say for many years the train would pass through this section while it was under construction. And we see this everywhere. Actually, I mean, I've discussed it even with the World's Fairs and other monumental buildings. We often have a subway passing under it, and in fact, these monumental buildings are oftentimes simply the hubs or the terminals. And could this all have been part of the old world? Of course it was. These glorious cities with underground trains and these beautiful buildings. This video showed a lot of them. I mean, just mind-blowing. And when we look underground, it's even more monumental of a feat to accomplish. So unbelievable that there's no way that we come in and do any of this after the matter. This is all original. Here we can see this terminal, for example, with all this marble, and here's the building that sits on top of the terminal. I thought we would look at some screenshots. It's stupid, I take so many screenshots. And what's the point if I don't share them? So let's have a look. Here was one of the terminals this girl shared above this beautiful subway. You can see it behind her. And here's the building we get on top. So you see, this is much more than just random building, random building. Often these will be repurposed. And yet there was a whole underground network. Here again, one of the triumphal arches outside one of these subway stations. And these are the ruins of a giant. The giant is called Og, and these are all stones, and in my opinion, just cooked out. And this is biblical. I mean, the Bible talks about Og and his kingdom and how it was destroyed. Og was a giant in Israel in biblical times. There's some videos out there showing an archaeologist going in here, going underground. This looks like a cooked out dome, and he goes in here and it's all blockage, again heavily damaged, but yet historically it is absolutely understood to be Og, the giant's ruined kingdom. This is some meltage shared by our melted reality, Mark. And what can I say, really? This is a great picture, and he shows hours and hours of examples like this. My favorite, the transitioning of brick and block to stone. This is another great example by another channel that he shared, and I believe this was in Arizona. Just mind-blowing. I should have taken a dozen screenshots of this place, and we can see like a little fusion of the once existing turrets now blocking up. And he picked up on the Roosevelt Dam and really showed some great examples, pushing the research forward on this subject, and we can really get a good look at this structure over here, which is the one that really interests me, almost resembling Petra in Jordan. And what I discovered is a lot more ruins further upstream from the dam, just unnoticed. But this is good. This is really, really good evidence. This really reminds me of the ruins I discovered in Provo Canyon, the old hydroelectric plant over there. Well, this is essentially the same thing, and in my opinion, the same era. We see the old ruined dam covered with a modern facade. And here once again a little closer. You can see the condition of the blocks, some looking better than other parts. And what can I say? Look at this old worlder back here. I'm surprised they didn't just cover this with concrete too. But many stages again. In my opinion, we're still seeing two different stages, showing that the dam is even older than the blockage. Two different resets here. Three if we consider the refacing of the dam. This was a really good share I took a screenshot of. This is way up on a mountaintop. I think no doubt a pocket of survival. The blast must have come from the other side. Or the cavity helped cool it enough cool air in here to preserve this little chunk. And here again we can see it from afar. Everything kind of becoming obvious these days, the more people that share. And this was a picture or video that I took a screenshot of, taken by Emily Suzanne, always a great provider of first-hand boots on the ground. And what is this thing, really? That's all. Really seeming like a projection. I noticed in 2013 that the moon, in particular the man on the moon, that had always sat in the same fixed position, began to roll. And recently someone shared a channel, Catfish Corner, I think, and he has confirmed this, he and many other channels, that the moon is actually doing a cartwheel and changes position and orientation throughout its cycle, something it didn't used to do. So let me know your thoughts. That was a lot.
Are they like turning it on? Oh no.
I hope you enjoyed. I love you all. God bless, and I'll see you next week.
Alright, boys. It's that time. Dinner time. We didn't talk about food at all today. Look at us busy little beavers, our studious little Stanleys. Just us little goofballs. Oh, here's that frickin' thing. What the frick, dude?
Is this recording? What is that? What is that?
What did you say?
What
This
is
was
that?
in Chicago in 2024?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Cucks. I'm over this shit.
December 17th. I think like 6:30 p.m. Elgin, Illinois, sorry.
Oh my god, you thought you were in Iowa for a second? They fucking brain blasted you.
That's the second time I've seen it. Holy shit.
Let's go, dude. All I want for Christmas is this. Dude, this is honestly fucking incredible. Can you imagine the Cat Dad action figure collection? Ooh, are you booching and goofing? You're booch goofing?
I had a crazy idea.
This is too long. But I'll watch this later. Of Hassan getting goofed? Sure. He's one of our fave feds, but he's still a fed, right? Everybody gotta get goofed. Kathy Sanders needs to get goofed hard. But anyway, boys, thanks for hanging. We're here tomorrow doing it again. Let's go. Okay. Are you ready to breathe in? Do it. Or you don't have to. And out. And in. And out. In. And out. Remember your current. Get ready. Close your eyes. Let your hands rest, palms up, palms down, doesn't matter, just rest. Feel your sit bones anchor. Feel the pull of gravity, not as a burden, but as a reminder. You belong here. Right here, in this body, in this moment. Take a breath. Big in and slow out. You are not broken. You are a current. You are electricity in a temporary container of skin and story. You move through this world like lightning in slow motion. Each inhale charges you, and each exhale releases static. You're not meant to hold everything. You're meant to move. Beneath you is soil. Beneath you is memory. Beneath that is myth and pattern and code. And beneath that, there is the hum. The soundless music that made all of this possible. You're not separate from it. You are a note in the music. You're the flash between the pulses. And you're here to remind the system what truth feels like. Bitch. So take one more breath. Slow and steady. And thank the circuit that made you. Not a god in the sky, not a symbol above your head, but the current within you, the one that's always been. You don't have to fly, you don't have to run, you don't have to scream. You just have to remember. Breathe in. Feel your light. Breathe out and feel your root. Not in a Diddy way. Now go rest, Current. You've done your part. We're back here tomorrow. Gang, gang. Nitwitch, gang, gang. Paul, we've got something for you. It's a big fat fucking L, dog.
Till you lost, Paul, you can go back to Tim.
On my mama. Paul's trauma.
You got a gene spirit, finna
Take him to Nirvana.
Stacking comments that be up
Causing drama.
Not a drug, it's marijuana. Cucks will say
I got a problem. Nope.
Till you lost, Paul, you can't come back from this. Till you lost, Paul, and protect
your chin, Goofy.
Till you lost, Paul, Bell showing all your little skin. Take your lost, Paul, you
can't go back to Tim. Nope. Yoga and my breath and the mushies.
Baby, if I'm lucky,
then a cop will try to screw me.
I'm not basketball player size, but I'm
handsome.
Maybe Mendez will
won't be for ransom. I don't have a bike, but I might take a jog. Nothing like life, chilling with my headphones on. I asked Cat Dad how much a ticket cost. Didn't answer, still your dinner, still your daddy and your boss, Paul.
This is healing Paul's trauma. You got a gene spirit, finna take him to Nirvana. Image merge stacking comments that be up because in drama. Not a drug, it's marijuana.
Cucks will say I have a problem, but I don't.
Paul, you can't come back from this.
Take your loss, Paul, and protect that chin, Goofy.
Till you lost, Paul, Bell showing
all your lizard skin.
Take your loss, Paul, you can't go back to Tim. Yesterday, Paul,
take a L. Yesterday, Paul, go to hell. If you see me in some blue jeans, lock me in a cell. Paul saw me in some blue jeans and nutted on himself. Squirt, I can't go live on TikTok. Really wanna dance, Paul? Now is your chance, Paul. You're the damn man, Paul. Let's have a damn stand up. It's not in your jeans, Paul. It's time to take your pants off and jacket.
This is healing Paul's trauma. You got a gene spirit, finna take him to Nirvana.
Yeah, I can't frickin' go live on TikTok because I'll get banned no matter what I talk about.
Say I got a problem.
They don't like me.
You can't come back from this. Till you lost, Paul.
Good night, dudes.
Till you lost, Paul, Bell showing
all your lizard skin.
Till you lost, Paul, you can't go back to Tim.
Bye bye, guys. Yeah, I don't even try to go live on TikTok anymore because they'll just ban me. They would do that all the time. But alright, boys. Nope. Good night. We'll see you tomorrow. We'll watch this Bill Cooper video, okay? Alright, Peppa, you happy? We watched your video. Alright, guys. Night night. Bye. What we weave becomes. Peter Thiel, we're coming for you, bitch. You fucking weirdo. Alright. See ya. That's lame. Okay, night. Yeah, I know it does suck. I don't know. They don't like me. We be spitting too much truth, and we're too cute.